here today doing a triple stud, calling it the Studly afternoon. I've never done a triple stud here on anything but HoldEm yet. I've done stud high-low, and I've done Raz, and I've done all the stud variants inside of horse and 8-game rotations. But I have never played stud high by itself, and I've never played the triple stud rotation. Now, one thing to remember if you're used to playing games like horse and 8-game, the triple stud rotation is slightly different than the horse and 8-game rotation. Instead of playing Raz stud 8, you play stud Raz 8. Now, that's not a huge difference, but it does play a part, the order that the games come in. With only 3, it's not a huge difference, but it does have an impact. Now we're in limit stud high low right now. I am going to fold this out for the time being. That's not really strong enough on either end to worry about here. Now I'm actually in a $5.50 triple stud, which is a little higher than I would normally choose to play, I think, but one of the reasons I'm playing it is because I wanted to play a triple stud for the stream. I enjoy triple stud a lot, but the only triple stud game that regularly runs on stars that's in my price range is a turbo that is 2-minute levels, which sometimes literally means you completely skip a level if somebody tanks for, or a couple of people tank for a very long time in a particular hand. You can literally completely miss a rotation of the games. And it's quite annoying to be that fast. This one is a little bit more civilized. It's still a turbo in my estimation. It's not called a turbo, I don't think, but it's a turbo in my estimation. It runs 5-minute levels. So, yeah. Right, so we got 9-3-6, 2 spades over here. I think I can get rid of that as well. I'm going to watch and see what's happening here for a bit and see how people are playing. I've just jumped into this, so I'm still not really sure. I don't recognize anybody here, so I haven't really, don't really have any extra information. So like Invaz up there is working on a high hand, but not much of a low hand. Just trying to get the low hands off get the low draws off the situation. For the record, I've added a what I'm calling the snow cam up there next to my table. That's the current what my current parking lot looks like outside my house at the moment. It's actually a fairly nice day for the record as far as November in Alberta goes. The temperature is reasonably warm. I think it's like 0 degrees Celsius. So I mean that's actually very reasonable for this time. There's not a huge amount of wind, which is a huge bonus this part of the world. But we did get about 3 inches of snow last night, so that's kind of a drag. Nothing's falling right now, so there you can see. But that's the sort of stuff that we wake up to here in southeast Alberta. It is when it looks like that outside that it is absolutely the time to be inside playing online poker, folks. Closest poker room to me in the real world is 2 hours drive away on roads that look an awful lot like that actually today that you're seeing right there on the webcam. So wouldn't be a whole lot of fun to be playing poker live for me today because that would involve being 2 hours on roads like that, and that wouldn't be a whole lot of fun. But playing poker online today doesn't involve me driving anywhere. In fact, doesn't even really involve me necessarily putting on pants. Um, it's one of the reasons maybe perhaps I don't have the webcam turned towards me, I guess. But no, I promise I am wearing pants while we do this. Somebody's getting a perlator truck today. If you're watching if you're watching webcam, we are of course on our usual 3-minute delay. I enjoy triple stud quite a bit. It's one of my very favorite next games actually. Probably even more so than 8-game. I guess I like having the Omaha mix in the horse. I'm not a real fan of the limit hold'em, frankly, in the horse. They could get rid of it could just be an horse, and I'd be quite happy with an horse, frankly. Um, but that's probably my favorite next game, the horse, and then triple stud, and then 8-game. The main reason that I don't like 8-game is very personal because I tend to give away my money and no limit hold'em, pot limit Omaha, and deuce to 7, which are the extra games that are added over and above horse. So I'm much better off just getting rid of those games completely from the schedule. Say hello in chat if you're out there. Let me know. Let me know who you are and what's going on. We are here playing triple stud today, a $5.50 buy-in. As I mentioned when I got on, it's a little bit higher than I would normally play, but it's really the only triple stud game that Stars offers on a regular basis that isn't uh, what I consider almost a hyper turbo in my mind, and I'd prefer not to play hyper turbo in triple stud. So we are playing $5.50 triple stud. Call it a shot. Call it a um, call it a super high roller. Whatever. It's a pretty good deal. There's 18 people in the um, tournament right now. Late reg ends in 6 minutes, so it's possible that we'll get a few more of those in. Right now, the prize pool course is $90 with 18 people, and first place is taking home $45, with third place taking home a min cash of 18, which is a 3x return on your $5.50 buy-in, which is not too bad, really, when you think about it, for a min cash. I'm expecting I'm expecting that we'll probably go to at least 22 or 23 in here, I think. And I'm thinking probably 4 will pay at the end of the day as well. Hey Josh, how's it going? No, there's nothing. It's not that I don't like Hold'em. It's just that I like the other games as well, and that's what I want to showcase. There's lots of other people that showcase Hold'em games, and they're a lot better at it than I would be. So I'm gonna come and play. I'm gonna come and play the other games that I enjoy playing as well. And if you wanna watch Hold'em, there's lots of other people that stream Hold'em. This is the $5.50 triple stud. I like the triple stud variety because it gives you a chance to play all the different versions of stud, all of which I think have their appeal and their particular flavor, I suppose you'd have to say. Certainly they have their own strategy patterns and so on. I think, as I've said before, the stud high is obviously my worst game. Like probably the high low and the Raz probably got equal skill in, but I think my edge tends to be more in high low simply because not so much necessarily because my skill is higher in high low than Raz, but because the general skill level, it's easier to get to sort of a top skill level in Raz, so more people are there than it is in the high low game. So there's less people that are at the same sort of at that I think have the same edge that I do in high low versus Raz. It's good to see some people watching. Welcome everybody. Say hello in chat. Let me know. Let me know who is out there. Um, Click the little follow button down below the channel stream if you like what you're seeing. If you like the idea that maybe there's some other games out there other than No Limit Hold'em. Like I've said before, I got nothing against No Limit Hold'em. I play actually a lot of No Limit Hold'em. I don't think I'm particularly good at it, which is one reason why I wouldn't necessarily want to give out, why I don't want to stream No Limit Hold'em, because there's lots of other people streaming No Limit Hold'em that are way better at it than I am. There's not lots of people streaming other games that are way better at it than I am, and that's not necessarily because I'm any good at it. It's just because there's nobody else streaming any of the other games. So by default, I end up being the guy that's the best at it. That may change as time goes on, but I'm just not seeing that out there with a lot of other people. This is the first time that I've played triple stud here on Anything But Hold'em. I've played both Raz and stud high low in their individual forms already here on Anything But Hold'em. And I've played all three stud varieties. Sorry, I just had to cough there for a second. And I played all three stud varieties in their horse uh, and 8-game varieties, but we've never actually played triple stud, and I'm pretty sure I haven't played stud high here yet. Was there an Ace 4-7 that I folded in Raz? It's entirely possible that I was not paying attention and I was talking about something in the chat and I didn't look at my hand properly. That does occasionally happen here. I do think generally when I am specifically talking about the poker hands in play, the streaming is actually useful, but I do think it can also be distracting when I get off on other kinds of stories and I'm interested in telling the story and I get distracted over what's on the play and I just sort of am in the auto fold or the auto check phase on the game, and that can certainly be dangerous. We're almost coming up on the first break. We've got 20 people in now. Late registration is ending within a minute, so we're pretty soon to have our final tally, which is very likely to be 20 people, maybe 21, but probably 20. hearing weird noises, I apologize. That's me drinking a pop with ice, so I do apologize for that. I'll try to be more professional. Right, so limit stud high low. We've got a 5-5-7 with 2 clubs. I think that's probably something that we need to see a street or 2 with, just to see how it develops. We certainly could raise there. I'm not sure that we can withstand re-raises with a hand like this in a high-low. It's really not that strong on either end. It's certainly getting better as a high. Our lows is not really working much better. I think it's good enough on a high now that we want to start putting money in the pot. And equally with, especially Dr. Kirker there, Shylock's definitely drawing out to a possible low. Kirker might be, but so are we, frankly. So we're going to keep betting, and we still have no reason to think that our 2 pair 7s and 5s are no good. We've got a crappy low. We've got a potentially vulnerable high as well, but I still think we need to put money, frankly, in the pot. Either one of these 2 guys potentially could be on like a flush for high. Kirker could be on a 6 for his low hand. It's not looking likely in either of those cases for him, simply because he wouldn't be tanking like this if he had either of those hands. He'd have snap called me, or snap raised me, frankly. So I'm thinking that we're probably good with this bet. You know, I don't really think he folds. I'm wondering if he folds anything that beats 2 pair in that spot. I really don't think he folds any high that beats 2 pair in that spot. And he doesn't fold any low in that spot, I don't think. Seems unlikely that he's going to fold any pair or any low in that spot. So I don't think. Yeah. I think with a pair of 9s, it's worth seeing a street or 2. Obviously, where our 9s are much less, much weaker now. I think there's no reason to actually see any more streets, frankly, on this. Welcome to everybody who's come to watch the stream today. I'm playing a $5.50 triple stud here on Anything But Hold'em this afternoon. I'm calling it the Studley afternoon for probably obvious reasons, I guess. We're on a 3-minute delay. I'm playing, of course, on PokerStars, which is, well, I shouldn't say of course on PokerStars, but that's where I almost always play at, and they by far have the best selection of mixed games from what I've seen, and other Hold'em games, which is what this stream is all about. I enjoy all types of poker. It's one of the reasons why I'm doing this. I enjoy all types of poker. It's not that I dislike any type, and that includes Hold'em. I actually quite enjoy Hold'em, and I play lots of it. I just think that I've noticed that there's no other forms of poker that people can watch elsewhere. So I figure I'll provide an opportunity to watch things like triple stud being played, which, you're not really ever going to see that when you flip on your television. You're never really going to stumble across a game of triple stud being played in the afternoon when you flip on your TV. Well, when you come here, there's a really good chance you're going to see triple stud being played as you're seeing this afternoon. Ace 9-6. I don't really think we need to get involved with that in a straight stud stud high hand. We might get involved in a stud high low hand with the ace, but the ace six isn't that strong of a two card, so we probably wouldn't, I don't think, get involved in that situation. Right, so we are sitting a break now. I'm gonna do a bit of musical interlude while I take off and take care of a few things. And since it's that time of year, I think we're going to do a bit of a holiday theme. I am back. I'm going to do a little bit of stream maintenance while we're on the break here, so give it a minute or two. You're going to see some stuff disappear, some stuff reappear, and it's all going to be good, I think. I hope. That's not good. Well, that's not good. Something's wrong with that, I think. That's better. A little bit of holiday music for our break there. Our table is now set up again. If you're wondering what the what the webcam image is. That's what I woke up to this morning when I looked out my windows. It's actually a pretty nice day here in southeast Alberta. It's 0 degrees outside. There's no wind, which is always a bonus here. It's actually what we consider a pretty nice day in November in southeast Alberta. It's just that we woke up with 3 inches of snow on the ground this morning. That's all. Pretty typical. However, it makes for a very nice day to sit inside and play online poker and maybe do a little bit of streaming. Now, I've never done a triple stud here on the stream, as I said. I've done other forms of stud, but I've never actually done triple stud before. So this is a first. One thing to remember about the difference between triple stud and other forms of mixed stud is that typically the rotation in mixed stud goes Raz stud 8, Raz stud 8. In this one, it goes stud Raz stud 8. So that's an important thing to remember. The suited ace is always a fairly powerful card in a stud high game, so I'm going to see at least one more street and see if my spades develop in any way. Obviously, pairing your ace is a good thing. Having the heart come isn't a horrible thing. It means I can pretend my 2 spades back there are 2 hearts and try to make everybody think that I'm on a heart draw, and then when a 3rd heart comes, I can play it. But that's probably a play that's not really going to work a whole lot of times when the stakes are this low, I think. And I think when my spades aren't developing or when I'm not pairing an ace or a 10 there, I'm probably not continuing that often in a stud high situation, I don't think. Alrighty, we're in Raz. Raz is a bit more of my wheelhouse. I tend to think I enjoy it more. That's usually where I accumulate chips. Raz or stud 8 is usually where I accumulate chips in the horse games for the most part. Omaha high-low to a certain degree as well, but I think with the queen 8 back, I don't really need to play that 4 necessarily. In a later position, I'd probably play that 4 a little bit more aggressively just because it's a 4 showing and just sort of ignore what I had back, but this early a position, given the bring-ins up here, I'm not. I don't really need to be involved there, frankly. Decided I probably don't want to have music on in the background while I'm doing the streaming. I was thinking of coming up with the stream. I know Jason always streams with stuff in the background, and I've been thinking of putting music on in the background when I'm streaming. But I think I've decided that I don't want that while I'm actually playing. But I am going to find stuff to throw on during the break, so there's not a whole bunch of dead air while I'm off doing my things during the break. The deuce 5. I mean, certainly if I'm not having to put money in, it's worth seeing more. I'm now sitting on a 7-5 deuce, 97-5 deuce against these guys. If I discard my king, I'm actually playing one of the better hands on the board, or a reasonably good hand. So I'm pretty. The jack doesn't help me a ton, but Hammer, good evening. Not too much. We are playing $5.50 triple stud. I folded a couple of hands that I probably shouldn't have folded because I was chatting and not paying attention to the game, which is never a good thing. But I'm now paying more attention to the game and playing hands more, probably a little bit better, I think, maybe. I'm pretty sure this is the first time we've shown a triple stud. As I've been saying, we've shown stud and other mixed stud and other forms. but never in the triple stud variety. Glad you could join us, Hammer. Always glad you could join us. I suppose most importantly, what you missed was Handel's Messiah at the break. That was probably the most important thing that you missed. It's good to see a few people here watching the action. Triple stud can be a streaky game. There can be a lot of times where you don't play a ton of hands, and there can be times when you're playing almost every hand. I'm probably going to be more active in the Raz and Stud 8 segments than I am in the Stud segments. That's generally true of my Raz play. Now this, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not aware, is a very pretty stud high-low hand. Ace ace deuce with a suited ace is just the sort of high-low hand that high-low players have wet dreams about. And I think we're still looking good, even though we aren't suiting up with our others. We've never got two suited aces to play with, none of which are actually coming through. But our low hand is obviously the nutty one at this point. We could probably have a good nutty high hand with the two pair now, but we are still missing our low. And we bricked our low, but our aces and threes could easily be the top, could easily be the best high, which they are in this case. So nothing really big, no big wins, no big losses really at this point. The hand that I just literally played as I saw you ask that on the live chat stream, it was probably the biggest pot that I've taken down in the entire tournament so far. That does put me in third overall, third of 20. I think I'm going to see one more street on this, see if the diamonds develop any further, which they do. Pretty happy about that. We're obviously going to see one more street now for 3-1 odds, I think, with our diamonds developing. And I suppose we're probably going to see a seventh now, just to see if the diamond comes in. And we bricked. And we've got a brick on the low as well, so we can't really do anything. So we're done. That was unfortunate, but that's the way it goes. Yeah, I'm certainly not somebody who plays stud high very well. I don't think, but I am pretty comfortable with my Raz and my stud 8 games, so I'm fairly good on those too. So I figured 2 out of 3 ain't bad, right? Yeah, I think it's generally true that I've got to be a bit more active at the better games. Um, but on the other hand, that can be a trap in the sense that you feel like that's like you have to play 80% of your hands in those games because they're quote unquote your edge, but by playing that much, you're actually losing your edge. So I think that it's certainly something that we always need to be concerned about when we're doing that and focusing. If we focus on our best games, I think it's probably more important to play the hands as they come and play the spots as they come and the situations as they come, and just not really focus on which games to kind of be more or less active at. Let the situations dictate when we're more or less active. I don't think I need to be involved in this. The low's not developing very well. The high's not developing very well. It's just not developing very well, frankly. Yeah, I've slipped a bit now. I see you commenting on the third in live chat now. I've slipped a bit now. I'm at seventh now, but I'm still happy. I'm still over start stack, which was 2,500. Moved into the limit stud phase now, for the record. It's a basic point, of course, but it's always important when you're playing these mixed games and rotating games to always check which game you're playing before you put chips into the pot in any way. Make sure that you're doing it for the reasons that you think you're doing it for, and that those are good reasons given the game that you're playing. That's always an important sort of first step in any pot. And since we switched to stud, this is not a hand that I'm going to put money in. In fact, there isn't really any version of stud where queen, nine, deuce, rainbow is going to be something that you're real thrilled about putting money in the pot on. That's really only a hand that's going to get played in a short-handed situation like heads up or three-handed or four-handed, maybe that sort of thing. But I mean, really, there's not a lot of value on either end there. So yeah, there's not really stud, stud high low, Raz, none of that. Queen nine deuce, nope, not really happening in any of those forms. Well, I think the reason that I'm happy playing stud high low but not straight stud is because I am not comfortable with my stud high game, period. Now, when I'm playing stud high low, I can focus on my low game and sort of let the high game deal with itself in the background. And I take half pots a lot of times, which is very profitable when there's more than two people in the pot. Um, and there's a lot of times that I scoop full pots because I back into a straight or whatever as I'm working for my low hand. Um, so so yeah, I mean it's one of those situations where yes, in the stud high I've got no choice but to be good at playing a high poker. But in the stud high low, I can actually get away with being bad at stud high and still do pretty well overall in the stud high low format. That's kind of me in the 8 game. The 3 games, the 3 games that are added over horse, I tend to be folding a lot in. Um, the No Limit Hold'em, the Pot Limit Omaha, and the Deuce to Seven, I tend to not be involved in a huge amount just because I'm crappy at those games. I'm pretty comfortable with all of the horse variants. I was saying earlier that I'd be perfectly happy with an horse and dropping the limit Hold'em at the front, and just have an horse. I'd be perfectly. That would be there'd be nothing wrong with that as far as I'm concerned. Um, so I'm not hugely thrilled with the Hold'em part of horse, but all the rest of the games in horse I'm pretty happy with. The webcam image that I've added on the stream is what I woke up to this morning in southern Alberta. Pretty normal for us in November, but an illustration of a fact that it's a very nice time for me to be inside playing online poker as opposed to be doing anything outside in the 3 inches of snow that we've got. It's actually a pretty nice day, all things considered. It's like 0 degrees out there and there's no wind, which is a super bonus in this part of the country at this time of the year. So yeah, we're doing okay for the weather. We just happen to wake up with 3 inches of snow, which isn't a hugely unusual thing for us. Just kind of annoying, you know. Limit Raz. We're not thrilled about the king back there, but I don't necessarily think we need to be worried about it. With all the other cards out here, we can value our ace and probably come through like this and pull up 100 chips without having to show anybody that we actually had a king back there and weren't playing a particularly strong hand for 3 cards. The pair of fours isn't great here. Same sort of situation though. Nobody really knows about it, which is always a good situation. Of course, in the 3 cards, nobody ever knows about you having a pair. But I think we're going to see at least one more street, frankly, and just go from there. The 2-3-4, that's obviously a nice card for us. They don't know that we're paired up. We could be playing a very low, and we could actually be from their perspective, we could be playing a made hand at this point, whereas they are not. I think I'm going to keep betting. This is dangerous, and yeah, we didn't actually draw out, but I had to keep betting just to keep the pattern up there. And yeah, he drew out and we didn't, but a bit frustrating there, frankly. But hello, cat. What's the cat's name for the record? If the cat's gonna be a viewer too, then we need to know the cat's name, and we can we can include we can include him or her in the viewership list. Cats are people too, after all. One of the things that's never ceased to amaze me about the cats that I've shared my life with at various times in my life is the incredible range of vocalizations that they're typically capable of making. And you've got to wonder that whether there's some sort of meaning back there. And clearly there must be between the various kinds of vocalizations that cats make. I don't know that they're necessarily language in any sense, and they probably aren't. But there's clearly got to be some level of meaning. Um, there's certainly a great deal of complexity in the sorts of sounds they can make. You think I'm a horse specialist? Maybe. Um, that could be. I certainly do like horse. This is a very pretty Razhan for the record. We're going to put some money in this pot, I think. Um, despite the fact that we bricked out on the last time that we went aggro on a pot. You got to get back up on that horse. And we are drawing well. He is drawing badly. We are drawing badly. He is drawing also badly. We may not technically be ahead anymore. We almost certainly are ahead now. Yeah. So we've moved into the stud high-low phase. That's obviously a playable hand potentially, but it's also an easily foldable hand at the same time. Yes, perfect day for online poker, I must say. You would think we would be used to driving in conditions like this, given that it happens every single year, many times a year. But no, we're actually the first snowfall of every year. There's just massive accidents all over the place, and everybody forgets how to drive. Nobody has a clue. But the second or third snowfall, everybody remembers how you're supposed to do it. Now, you can actually do it quite safely and quite, you know, without a huge amount of problem when you're intelligent and you recognize that there's snow on the road. It just takes us a few days to get there usually. Aha, Fluffy! Awesome. Welcome, Fluffy. Good to have you. Good to have you here. Appreciate your attention for sure. I think cats actually would make awesome poker players. Frankly, um, they certainly have the patience that you need to be poker players, and they're absolutely um, the observant type that you need to be a good poker player as well. So I mean, I think that they'd make excellent live poker players, frankly. I think that the obviously the card manipulation with their paws is going to be an issue, and we'd have to figure out some sort of technology scheme to help that out. But otherwise, I mean, I think that they'd make excellent tournament poker players, frankly. Well, if you're not listening on headphones and you've got me coming through the speakers, then maybe it's the sound of my voice. Maybe I'm like a Pied Piper for cats. Um, I suppose I could have played that all hearts. I probably should be playing that, frankly. That's probably pretty nitty to fold that out, being all hearts with the Jack 10 and the 6. There isn't really a ton of low working out there, and there's two other hearts sitting out on the board as well. So I'm not sure that the fold is that terrible, frankly. Yeah, it was the same with Sari when I had her. The noises that would come out of her mouth were quite odd sometimes. The only problem with the snow cam that I've got up today is I'm not entirely sure that it's very good at smoothing out our tilt. If anything, it's more likely to tilt me when I look outside at the snow in my parking lot um, than it is to smooth out my tilt. So we might have to rethink the whole snow cam idea here for while we're playing poker. But I've actually been in the UK when you guys have got a snowfall, and it's really quite. It's really well. It's initially for a Canadian, it's quite cute that you guys get all freaky about a couple of flakes of snow. But when you stop and realize that the tires that you guys have on your cars are built specifically to handle the amount of rain that you guys get, and not at all designed to handle the snow that you get, whereas the tires on our cars are specifically designed to handle the snow that we get over here. There's a good explanation. Couple your tires with the roundabouts that you guys have over in the UK, and I just it's like a giant it's like a giant twisting car on ice show that's never going to end. Uh, that's never going to end well. Hey there, Josh. Well, I'm not sure that I want to play you heads up, frankly, because I'm pretty sure you kick my ass heads up in No Limit Hold'em. So um, I'm not sure that I'm pretty sure that you have the edge there. So I'm not sure that it's really a good. I'm not sure it's a really good matchup for me. If we were playing Raz or High Low, this would be an awesome hand to play with. But in Stud, it is not so hot, frankly. So I think we're just gonna dump it. If we had a suit with the ace, we might actually get involved. But being that it's a rainbow hand, there's really no reason for us to jump in there and cold call. Pair of nines with the eight. I think we're gonna go with this, even though we've got no suit. Having one suit, the eight being suited to one of our nines would be nice, of course. But still got a pair and possible straight potential developing. So I think we're in on this. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's seems to be the way it goes. I often seem to get my Raz hands in stud and my stud hands in Raz. The ace doesn't really do anything for us. It might potentially make our hand look stronger to the rest of the table, who might think we have an ace buried that we were playing on when we started. I don't really think that they're putting us on the nines that we're on. So if we do pair our nine even visibly, that's gonna be a potentially valuable card because I don't think people are going to be putting us on trips with that so much. But I don't really see any huge reason to think that my nines are aren't still ahead or aren't still have a chance of being ahead at this point. Um, I suppose now I might be able to, with two overcards on both the boards, I might be able to start thinking that they're beat. But they're going to let me check through to a free seventh, so I think that's what I'm going to do is check through to a free seventh and see what the free seventh brings. Free seventh brings a brick to me, anyways. Um, What am I going to get to fold at this point if I bet? I think people might think that I'm on a pair of aces, so anything worse than a pair of aces might fold out at this point if I bet. Although I'm rapidly losing that. I think the window's gone, frankly, to bet now. If I hadn't let the time run out and bet, it might have worked. I don't think that a pair of queens is ever folding there, frankly. I think the pair of queens might be worried that I have a buried ace, but the pair of queens is gonna be grumble calling that probably all day long, frankly. But Raz, we'll get rid of that. I'm not sure you folks in the UK really want global warming to kick in all that much, frankly. I think you're going to end up submerged if it kicks in too much. You probably want a nice equilibrium to stay over there. This being Raz, the pair of aces aren't much good to us. This being Raz, the five ace has been not too bad for us. It's actually two cards to the nuts, so we're going to play a little bit farther. The queen against his deuce is probably not worth going any farther than the hand with, frankly. Not a good Raz hand. So there's 17 people left now. We are sitting 11th currently. Obviously not thrilled with the position that we're in. It's not a horrible position to be in, not a great position to be in. We're just kind of sitting here. We've got chips that we need to make any moves that we want to make at this stage of the game. So that's really all that matters in a limit game like this. 6-3 deuce. We're pretty strong. We're pretty strong showing against these other two as well. The king obviously doesn't help us out. We're probably going to see at least one more street. I think I'm check calling this pretty much all the time. A 76-3 deuce. I'm definitely drawing to a good hand. I think I've got a playable hand here, frankly. I'm going to put some money in the pot. I'm probably calling a raise, but I'm not re-raising anywhere. So yeah. Pretty happy with the way that went. That went about the way that I expected. So how come you're so interested in playing me heads up, Josh? I'm just curious what makes you so keen to play me heads up. Do you want us to play heads up on the stream? Is that what's going on? That actually might be fun to play heads up on the stream. Deuce 5-10 with two hearts in a high-low game is not a terrible place to start, frankly. Obviously, the 10 isn't really doing us much good. The 10 of clubs isn't really doing us much good for either our hearts or our low. Um, that's obviously helping out our low. Gray Mass is clearly working on a decent low as well. So, I mean, I think we're probably trying to pot control this for the most part. Potential clubs developing. I don't really think that the backdoor clubs like that is necessarily something that I want to consider to be a particularly strong hand at this point. Um, and it does look like his low is developing better than mine is. I need two cards to a low still, so I think I really got to get out of this hand, frankly. Neither my highs nor my lows were really developing in that hand particularly well. So that is a pretty crappy high-low hand for the most part. You might consider playing it in high just for the straight possibilities there. But even with that, you typically want to see at least two suited cards in the mix before you really started to think it was of huge value in any way. Of course, with the low component added in the high-low game, you're really crippling yourself by coming into a pot with something like this. Pretty much the same situation with this. The 4 obviously does play reasonably well as a low, um, but I'm pretty much relying on 5 or on 4 more cards coming out low to help me. And the only way that I've got no low possibility now, frankly, because I can't. I don't have enough cards left to make a low now that I've paired my 4. I'm not sure that was the best bet in the world, actually, because I don't think I was really representing anything that anybody that had anything was going to fold to. So that was probably throwing money away. Cool. Well, let's. I don't want to play a heads up game while I'm playing something else because heads up games require your complete focus and concentration. I got to get out of this. I don't have really anything developing here. Um, and it's tough enough when I'm streaming and doing a game like this. I don't want to add a heads up to that as well. Um, but yeah, that actually sounds good. Nice example of getting a excellent razz hand while you're playing stud. It's not a terrible stud hand, of course. I mean, I've got straight draw possibilities here. I don't think drawing to your wheel is ever really going to be a great play, just because drawing to both the wheel and Broadway has limited possibilities. Drawing to straights in the middle in the 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7 ranges gives you possibilities to hit straights on either end of those cards. Of course, when you're playing for the wheel or the Broadway straight, um, you've only got one direction to play on your cards usually, so you've got less of a chance to work on. Now, in the case of Broadway, when you actually get there, you have a very strong hand. In the case of a wheel, especially in stud, that's not always the case. It's very easy for there to be other higher straights out there. It's very easy for other people to develop flushes when you don't. So it's probably not worth nearly as much to draw to a wheel than it would be to draw to Broadway in a game like stud. Yes, that's the poor soul that my condo association hires to come out and clean our sidewalks. I'm glad to see him doing it this time. Last time we got when we got snow a couple of weeks ago, it took him ages to get anybody out to clear the snow. I was quite annoyed. I pay a condo fee for them to do that. Yeah, this is a pretty crappy stud hand, all things considered. I think I'm probably bringing folding this. If there's a completion, I'm probably getting out of the hand. It's one of the reasons I choose to live in a condo is specifically so that I can sit inside my nice warm house and watch somebody that I pay shovel my walks, or rather that my condo fee pays shovel my walks. That actually applies both in the summer and in the winter. Of course, in the wintertime, it's shoveling my walks while it's mind-numbingly cold outside. In the summertime, it is mowing my grass while it's mind-numbingly hot outside. It gets both here, so it's nice to be able to sit inside at both those times in my air-conditioned and centrally heated condominium. That certainly makes things easier when your chat ban is gone. I think I'm probably going to continue with this hand if there's a completion. The 7-9 of spades is definitely worth playing for with in stud. It didn't really develop very much with that draw. Um, I'm still somewhat working on straights over here. So I think it's worth seeing one street for at least. That's both a straight and a flush card. That gives me the 8 will give me the straight for the gut shot. I've also got backdoor possibilities with the 4-5. there now, I believe. So I think I'm there for at least 6th Street. I've definitely got the flush possibilities, and I've got. Do I have any more? No, I don't have any more straight possibilities at all. So I'm gonna throw a bet in there, frankly, because I thought I might be able to get them off. I now can. To a certain extent, I've sucked out runner runner flush, but that's part of what happens in stud poker. So yeah, I don't see any reason to believe that we wouldn't have the best flush. So I think that we're going to go. It's quite possible that he got a heart flush while on 7th as we got our flush, but yeah, well, exactly. That's the other thing with Broadway Hammer. If you hit your pairs when you're drawing to the wheel, you're like, yay, pair of threes, woohoo! Hitting two pair at the wheel isn't horrible. One of the problems with playing two pair, well, I suppose it's not in the stud variants, but in the community board variants, one of the problems with playing two pair to Broadway is that when your two pair to Broadway hit, there's a really good chance that somebody else is playing the open-ended Broadway draw or the gut shot Broadway draw at that point. So you're, you know, it's like reverse odds there kind of thing. Alrighty, now this is a fairly pretty looking Raz hand that I think we're going to put some chips into the pot with. I don't know if 117 and Dr. Kirker realize which game we're playing or not, but yeah, I guess they did realize eventually which game we were playing. Well, I don't know. I've been in some pretty proper rainstorms when I've been over in the UK. I got to admit, you guys know how to do rain pretty well over there. This is a very pretty Raz hand. We could certainly raise here. We don't need to raise though. I don't think. I think we can see how it develops over the next few streets. I don't really think we're going to take it down against a three that's raised to completion here. Pairing our three is unfortunate, of course. We'd be much happier if we paired our four or our deuce. Not that we'd be happy if we paired any cards, but obviously if we pair cards that he doesn't see that we've paired it. Um, yes, thank you for the nicely donked with the flush. I've been thinking about. You mentioned the Bink Bell, Jason's Bink Bell, and I need something. And I think you're right. but I actually think I need a more subtly defined version of the bank bell. I think we need a bank bell that's just for banking a nice pot. Um, I think we need a donk bell for something like that flush that we kind of backed into by backing into it in three successive streets. Um, and then I think we need a reverse bank bell for when somebody else does that to us. So I'm gonna have to work on those, but that's my thought for the for the bells. So I'm sitting in fifth place. We did end up with only three places paying out, so the pay is actually awesome for a $5.50 tournament. I mean, min cash is getting 4x, so pretty impressive actually as far as the payouts are concerned. If you get into the caching zone. Looks like people have already decided to go on break in many cases, apparently. We still aren't technically on break yet. We are now technically on break, so I am going to start some music and go off and do some custodial duties. And I'm back. Yes, actually, I've seen a couple of those. I think Tony G did that at a Premier League match once that he was taunting Phil Hellmuth with at one point as well. I think with a toy donkey. Alrighty. Well, we're gonna turn off Joy to the World and get back to the pokers. Just a reminder, stud high low is what we're playing at the moment. The game more generally is triple stud, which is a variation of all three versions of stud, which goes stud, raz, stud 8. So that's somewhat important to remember since it differs from the horse rotation, which is raz, stud, stud 8. So not a huge deal, just something to think about, something to remember. Either way, though, in these rotating games, I think that one of the most basic important skills to first learn is before you ever put any chips in the pot for any reason, look at the middle of the table and find out what game you're playing. Even if you do that, well, you should do that on every hand, even though many of the times, obviously, you will be looking at it and it's the same one that you played last time. But still, look, because, you never know. And there's no worse feeling in the world than betting like crazy and getting into the hand and realizing that you've been playing Raz while everybody else has been playing Stud. Suited ace with the king. The fact that the king's not suited isn't really relevant hugely. I've still got the nut flush draw with the hearts. I mean, obviously having three suited cards would be better, but I'm saying that, the ace-king suited with the 5 offsuit versus the ace-5 suited with the king offsuit is pretty much irrelevant. We paired our fives, so I think we're going to make a bet on that. I think we're going to put some money in the pot and call that strength. Dr. Kirker looks like he's maybe developing a flush and or straight possibilities up there. If he paired a 7 that's down, that's another possibility. I'm curious what the raise by Massey or by Mass 88 means. South African. So Kirker now has paired his 7s, which means he's better than us. We're not developing any of our heart draws. I don't really think we need to stay in this hand, frankly. I think we can get out of this hand. Let these guys fight it out. Pair of 8s with an ace is definitely worth playing. I think it'd be better, obviously, if we had some suits, but so we haven't really improved in any way with the jack. We're still sitting on a pair of 8s. I think the jack looks pretty bricky on our board as well. So I don't even really think we can use it to represent anything huge at this point. So I think we're just going to check through, see one more street, if we can get to a cheap showdown or a cheap next street. The paired 5, we're obviously ahead of that now. If he's got something else back there, we're not necessarily ahead of these. Ricardo's obviously repping a flush now with this raise. I frankly see no reason not to believe him. And I'm happy to give him credit for that this time around, especially given that I'm not really developing a huge hand myself. So with the fourth one, I think he's absolutely got hearts at this point. I think this is going to be a heart flush is going to be what, wow, obviously he didn't have hearts. It's going to happen sometimes. You're going to make the wrong call when boards look like that. Welcome back. Glad to have you back, Hammer. This is a bit higher buy-in than I would normally play for the record. It's a $5.50 triple stud. There's a reason that I'm playing it, though. I specifically wanted to play a triple stud for the stream at some point, and the only regularly scheduled triple stud game that I've found on Stars that's in my price range is a $2.20 triple stud. The problem with that one is it's what I consider to be a hyper turbo. It's got 2-minute levels, and what that means in a triple stud game is that it's literally quite possible and happens on a reasonably regular basis for one or two players to tank a couple of times in a hand and for you to entirely miss a 2-minute level and miss a game completely. This is developing into a really crappy Raz hand, so we're going to get rid of it. So I really don't like playing the 2-minute levels. Now this one's a 5-minute level, which is much better. You're at least always going to get at least one hand at each game on each rotation. That's not always the case at 2 minutes, and that's a little bit frustrating. So I really don't like playing the 2-minute 20 or the $2.20 triple studs because of their hyper turbo nature. So I figured that I'd do a bit of a high roller deal with this and jump into a $5.50 triple stud that was running a little bit slower with 5-minute levels just to get something on the stream. I think with the jack, I don't really need to get involved there. The 4-6 isn't terrible. I think a pretty good rule of thumb in Raz is if you're playing only two of your first three cards, and we're sort of assuming that we're not going to play the jack, because if we're going to be playing the jack at the end of the hand, then we're not going to have a very good Raz hand. So if you're only going to be playing two of your first three cards, those two cards should make up two cards to the nuts, in theory. So they should be 5 or less, I think. So the 6-4 is just out of that range. It doesn't necessarily disqualify it from play, but it's definitely one of the weaker two-card holdings that you could be starting your Raz hand out with. I suppose one of the things that Europeans and people from the UK might notice I distinguished you from Europeans, Hammer. Uh, um, one of the things that might be unusual is the number of big, massive pickup trucks that you're seeing driving through my parking lot. That's absolutely not the least bit unusual over here. There's massive, big, massive pickup trucks all over the place here where I live. So that's just normal. That's just normal stuff. I don't know how anybody affords to put gas in those things because it's remarkable how much gas they eat. I don't really have a good handle on the actual numbers. Um, the actual numbers in stud, and the fact that there are so many cards dealt out obviously makes it really hard to figure out what the odds are, because I mean, when you think about it in a hold'em sense, you're saying, well, it's approximately two times every street, right? You get 2% for every card on every street is sort of the idea. That's pretty decent Razhan. Um, you can't really use the same calculation in stud though, because you're using that in hold'em because there's only been 15 or 16 cards dealt out of the deck at that point. In the stud games, with 8 people sitting at the table getting 3 cards to start with, well, there's 24 dealt out right off the bat. Now, if there's 3 or 4 people play 2 or 3 streets, you're getting, more than half the deck is going to be. I mean, you've got almost half the deck dealt out just at the beginning, right? So, um, yeah, it really is harder to work out what odds are going to be. Add that to the fact that there's all of the other buried cards that you don't really know what they are. Makes it really hard, I think. If you've never used, I should actually bring this up. I'm sure most players know about. I'm sure most poker players know about um, pro, ProPokerTools.com has awesome simulation software for basically all variants of poker that I've been. There's 5 card Omaha High, 5 card Omaha High Low, Hold'em, Omaha High, Omaha High Low, Raz, Stud High, and Stud High Low. So there's no Badoogie by the look of things. There's no draw game or deuce to 7. Well, I suppose with draws that makes sense. It's really hard to calculate odds when you're dealing with draw situations. I think it's much harder to calculate exact odds. Um, but yeah, if you go to ProPokerTools.com, they have awesome tools to help you or to work out odds of various situations, and it's definitely worth playing with. Pair of queens plus our spades plus 8 deuce for low. Our low's obviously not developing so great now. We've moved into high low obviously, so once again we need to watch our table, make sure we know what we're playing. I think we're coming along for one more street here for sure. It's another card to our low, reasonably good card to our low. I don't think we need to bloat the pot by betting, but I think we're probably check calling this most of the time. There's no huge reason to suspect that our queens aren't even potentially good at this point too. I mean, the ace and the king possibly, but there's no real reason to suspect that they've got. The way Princess has been betting, that very much might indicate a pair of aces. It might also indicate a pair of eights, just as, for the record the same. I've obviously drawn into it. I haven't I've bricked my low, but I've actually improved my high while I've bricked my low. So I think that I'm pretty happy to check call most action here. If it goes super crazy, which it hasn't done, it hasn't suspected to do, um, I think I'm probably taking half the pot here. Top half. Yeah, that was sort of what I expected to happen. That's not worth playing in a high-low situation, I don't think. So I'm sitting fifth out of 14 now. 14 people remaining in the tournament. It's getting down to the point where the stakes are such that we're having to make decisions for our lives in most cases when we enter hands. I mean, not obviously not directly for our lives with every decision, but each time we make the decision to bet or raise, we are putting a much greater percentage of our pot of our lives on the line if we get played back at. So it's a more well, they're easy to forget about in Hold'em because there's fewer. Just reading your comment about the buried cards being easy to deal with, they're easier to deal with in Hold'em because there's fewer of them there. Um, the fact that there's so many more of them in the stud context is what makes me wonder if you can just ignore them still and have the probabilities work out properly. You know, because otherwise your draws are really very much the same as they would be in a Hold'em scenario. If I'm sitting with four spades and I'm wondering what my odds of drawing a spade on the next card are, well, there's in theory 9 spades remaining in the deck, so I've got 9 outs to my four spades to make a flush with. There's 52 cards in the deck, so approximately 18% chance to draw out to that flush. So if you're just ignoring what cards are dead and what cards are buried, then you'd work it out. You work out your odds exactly the same way. You take whatever cards you're needing to make your hand, and um, essentially it's the number of cards, the number of outs you have times two gives you the percentage of them that you can hit. Because in a 52 card deck, there's approximately a 2% chance of each card coming out. Obviously, pair of jacks we like, so we're going to raise here. Um, Two pair. I think we're going to put in a double bet just because, well, I was going to say just because Princess seems like the kind of person that likes to play back to things like that, but apparently that wasn't the case in that hand. Which obviously might be dependent on what they have. So that's fine. Good, good. Yeah, I was surprised actually that Pro Poker Tools um, gives you simulations for all the games aside from the draws, from the draw games. I actually have used it a few times I use it a lot for Hold'em. I've used it a few times for 08. I find it hard to use for Omaha because it's hard to type in, at least it's certainly hard to use during a hand because it's hard to type in all the information while the hand is running. Um, I think we're probably bringing folding this hand um, if there's a completion. If it's become a club, we'd probably continue with this. It's sort of come into our straight draw possibilities. Kind kind of have to wonder what it is the Jug is playing. If he was playing spades, he's just missed out. I think we're going to see one more street, see what happens. That does very much brick us. If Jug's been working on straights of some kind, then the 8 definitely could be helping him in some form or other. The 4 doesn't obviously brick us with the deuce showing, but I think it's a bricky enough looking card that we probably can't really do much continuing there, I don't think. Yeah, exactly, which is why it's dangerous. I mean, having 2 decent sized pots in my stack at this point means that it's very easy to find myself in a desperate situation if something goes wrong at the wrong time in the wrong place. Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's still 14 buried cards in a 9-handed hold'em table, but that's fully 10 fewer than there are just at the beginning of of a of a stud hand. And if you get multiple people into the pot, there's many more. I don't know. I'd have to sit down and work it out. I'm absolutely not a statistician, so working these things out is not my forte for sure. Right. I suppose that makes sense. Well, then there really wouldn't be any mystery in working out the odds for your stud hands. They'd be basically done in the same way that you work out your hold'em hands. Right, so it is the Studley afternoon. We're playing $5.50 triple stud here on Anything But Hold'em. It's been a fairly successful day so far. I mean, we're not having a stellar run here where we're running all over the tables or anything, but sitting in mid position. As Hammer pointed out, I've got 2 decent-sized pots in my stack, which is not a horrible place to be at this stage of the tournament. You've definitely got enough chips to work with and enough things to do something with. Now, this is where I was talking about before. When we had the 6-4, and I was saying that one was slightly out of range, the 5-4 is at least 2 cards to the nuts. The nuts in Raz being a 5-4, 3 deuce ace. So it's obviously the worst 2 cards to the nuts, but nonetheless, it's to the nuts. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if I get the 5-4 as my first 2 cards or my last 2 cards. If I've got an ace deuce 5 or a 5-4 3 deuce ace, it's going to be the best hand regardless of how it came out. So if I start with those, that's fine. We're obviously drawing out pretty poorly now. At best, we're looking at an 85 by the end of all this. I don't really think we need to bloat the pot for anything now. At best, we're looking at a 10-8. So pretty bad. Although I don't really think anybody else is drawing out much better. Your chance obviously has a chance to draw out better on us. But I don't think they have. I think if we bet, it's a bluff. I think we can check and win a lot of times. We're not going to win all the time, but I think we're going to win a lot of times. Yeah, I mean, look at that. We're only Jack 10 versus 10-9. So, and I don't think, given the board textures, there was any chance of getting Eugen off of his 10-9 there. I mean, I suppose it's possible I could have repped a 10-8 by playing hard back at him, but I just don't think it's going to be successful that often to make it worthwhile. This is a pretty good disguised hand behind my 10, so I think I'm probably going to call a completion. Again, it's only a 2 card that I'm playing here, but it's 2 cards to the nuts. So um, we'll see what we get with a 4th and maybe a 5th street, and go from there. And it's also quite disguised, so that's the other side of it. Yeah, the queen is obviously not the card that we were looking for um, on that hand, and I really don't think we can continue at this point because we really are looking for 3 for 3, and that's not something that's going to be very successful. I don't think I need to be involved in this one. I've been pretty active lately and been chipping away at my stack a little bit, so I think I can probably fold one under the gun, so to speak. 10 people left in this tournament. Stud, of course, is played 8-handed, so the final table will be 8 people. We are currently 2 tables of 4. Sorry, two tables of 5. Switch to stud high-low. Not a terrible high-low hand. Same argument, 5-3 being 2 cards to the nuts at the very least. So I think, again, we're going to see a street or 2. That is a much better draw to our 5-3 than we saw previously with the queen, obviously. So we're going to keep going here. We don't need to have paired that 3. And I think now we can actually we might actually get a fold out of a raise like this. I think that we've got the low for sure. I don't know that we have the high, and the 3s are obviously pretty weak for high, but I think we've got the low. I think the diamonds, and again the 5 deuce, are probably worth playing there. No need to blow out the pot by betting. Check call is good enough. If it goes check check, we're happy with that too. This is going to be a bet situation if it checks to us, simply because we've got we're developing our diamonds somewhat, although he doesn't know that. But we're developing a strong low where he's bricked out on his low. Now he sees our 10, so he knows we don't have a low now. But I think that this is probably worth a bet, and it's going to get through a lot of times when he doesn't have much developing in his hand. I think we probably want to bet there more often than check, simply because we don't want him seeing another card for free and finding something developing. I think it's a good spot to raise. It's a little bit trickier in the stud high scenario to be raising cards like that. It's obviously an insta raise when you've got a low card in Raz and you're facing a high card like that one-on-one. It's obviously an insta raise there. It's not so much an insta raise in the stud high situation. I'm pretty happy with the way this hand is developing so far. Still reasonably happy with the way this hand is developing so far. He doesn't know that we have to be paired on the deuce. We know that he doesn't have a low yet. We know that we do have a low. So I think we're going to play back to him, assuming that we've got at least half the pot. Yeah, which is the way it went as well. I'm good with that. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't quite got any quick any quick answers that way. It's more of a feel. It's more of a feel game with me. 6, 7, 8. is one of the hands that I would break the sort of nuts only rule for with this. 6, 7, 8 obviously can develop into very strong hands on both directions, which it looks like I'm doing here. I've got 4 card open ended. That it's not great low, but it plays for low. So I think that we're definitely we could easily raise, put more money in this pot, make this pot huge. But I think that also tends to make it heads up, and that doesn't make us a whole bunch more money. By calling here, we encourage Frank to stay in the pot. Um, and in my mind, that potentially increases the size of the pot as we go deeper on the streets. I don't think I need to raise here. I think just at this point the pot is growing at a nice enough size that we can go. That's my gin card essentially. It's my nuts. That's my mixed nuts right there. So we're definitely going to start valuing our hand a great deal at this point, and we're going to be capping this round out, and we're going to be capping this round out as well. I'm confident that I've got the high. I don't know that I have the low, but I'm confident I've got the high. Well, that was an interesting way for that to work out. I did not have the high. I had the low. I should have been confident I had the low and not confident I had the high. But that's the way it goes. I'll take that rather than being scooped on. It takes a pretty strong hand to have a two-way hand with a four of a kind, though. It is possible, and certainly four of a kind deuces is one of those hands that you could easily have a two-way hand with that was actually pretty strong. I think the only hands that you can't have two-way hands with would be the royal flush and the 9 high and the 8 high. The 8, the 9, and low, I guess. The 8, the 9, and the 10 low straight flushes are the ones, because those ones you wouldn't have enough cards to make up a low with. We're definitely continuing with this. That's obviously for 4th Street. That's obviously a card we love. Seeing his hearts develop isn't something that we love so much. I'm good with my low at this point. I obviously need to develop for high, but I'm good with my low, so I'm gonna start putting money in this pot more. Um, I'm obviously still good with my low. Not Don't have a high at this point, so we've just hit pair of tens for high. We're good with our low. I think we're wanting to put money in the pot. I think we're still. I think we're. I think I'm still happy with the value of my hand. Um, I'm taking at least half of this pot. I think on the low end. Wow. Oh, it was limit stud. See, that's an example of why you should look at the middle of the table when you're playing. I was actually playing. I was playing an up and down pot there. So yeah, I'm a bit of an idiot. Winghaven, it's good to see you here. Thank you for the good luck. Now that I know what game I'm playing, I might actually do a little bit better. That was very frustrating. Good to see you here. Hope you're enjoying the triple stud action here. The whole point of this, of course, is to have a place where people can come watch the different kinds of poker being played. It's not very common to be able to see anything other than No Limit Hold'em these days being played on TV or in streams or anything like that. So this is a place where you're going to see things like, well, triple stud, Badoogie, deuce to seven, Omaha high low, all sorts of different variants of games. Um, got a gut shot here. I don't really think it's probably worth We didn't hit it, but we paired our ace. I don't necessarily think that that's going to be good a lot, but it's going to be good sometimes at this stage. It's kind of a donkey way to be good at this stage, but I think that it's going to be good against Frank here at least sometimes. So I think it's worth betting or calling on tens and fours. So it's, yeah, like I said, it's only going to be good against him sometimes. Yeah, sadly, you haven't got to the hand yet where I where I do something stupid and cripple myself. I am now in 10th of 10. So I am sadly needing to do something very quickly with my chips. Still playing stud high, so the deuce 4 does nothing for me. The spades potentially do something for me. Being away the queen, though, and with no pairs, a two-suited hand is probably not strong enough for me to go with at this point and commit my stack on, which is essentially what I'm doing when I get into pots now. Thank you for telling me that I'm playing stud, but sadly we're on a 3-minute delay, which means your advice doesn't help me anymore. Oh, it is fun to watch the chat on the 3-minute delay as my poor fans are screaming at me. No, no, no! There is no low hand. There is no low hand. Yes, I see you pleading with me, Hammer, but unfortunately, it's far too late to save me in this hand. I realize far too late. Your face palm is well deserved and should actually be your palm to my face as opposed to your palm to your face. In fact, because that was a pretty pathetic excuse for a hand. Um, Obviously, I called through on that with the ace deuce, but when I developed through with the nine, it's not really worth going any farther with. Um, well, thank you very much, Wing Havens. Listen, before you go, click the little heart button below the stream here, and that will give you updates whenever I come online, so you can see when we do this again. Alrighty, this is probably the hand that we're committing our chips, committing our stack on. 3-6-4 in Raz, 6-4-3 in Raz is a hand that we are going to commit chips on. 9-8-6, on the other hand, not a hand we necessarily want to commit chips on with your chance raising an ace in front of us. Oh, it's a shame this wasn't high-low. If this was high-low, I'd be jumping on this eagerly. I don't think I can avoid it, even in Raz, frankly, but I'm not nearly as thrilled about it in Raz as I would be in high-low. Sweet. That was a nice. That was a nice pot to take down. I think I mostly took it down with aggression. I'm not entirely sure that I was ahead or drawing ahead as that went on, but it was nice to see him get out of the way. That's a pretty crappy rouse hand. Flip it over to stud high low now. I think I like, obviously, the spades here. There's isn't really a lot of low possibility here, but I'm liking all the spades that I'm seeing, obviously. So I think I'm going to call through for a street anyways. I'm obviously not thrilled with the pair of fives. I don't have a low, but given that jug is all in, I really have to call here. Yes, I think it actually is good to be able to laugh about stuff like that. Alrighty, the King is obviously a pretty strong hand for high. We'd be happier if the ace was suited, not the queen, but we're happy when everybody folds to us and they just give us the bring-in money. That's always nice too. I don't really think I need to get involved with this, frankly. I mean, we're down to 9 players left, so we're on the bubble for the final table. I'm not bottom stack anymore, which is nice. So I think I'm involved. I don't think I need to be involved in a huge amount, but I'm developing a very nice low here, so I'm going to keep going for one more street at least. I'm still happy with my low. He's not, so we're going to keep going here. I've got a low. He does not, although he might be drawing to a low now. But I'm actually going to put more chips in the pot here and see what we get. He raises me back, so he thinks, I think he's got a high or maybe a good low draw. So I've got 2 pair of sevens and deuces. I don't really think I'm ever necessarily raising him. I suppose I could put all my stack in here and go, but I don't really think that the extra chips are that much of a bonus, whereas the chance to play another hand is if I'm behind on any of these. Yeah, split pot makes some good sense as to how that goes. Yeah, we're back in the game again, and pretty. I wouldn't say comfortable, but I'm not terrified for my life every time I get into a pot anymore. Still 9 left in this one. This is a pretty sweet high-low potential hand. The ace is suited. Ace 5 deuce gives us obviously lots of nut possibilities down low. Hand that strong, you kind of want action, but you're never really hugely upset, I don't think, when everybody folds you and you just take the money for free without having to show anybody cards because, hey, people are giving you money for free without you having to prove that you have a good hand. So, I don't really think that's ever going to be a bad thing when that happens. Yeah, it's very soon for the final table. Hopefully, we will be coming pretty close. I'm sitting 8th of 9 now. We're kind of fluctuating between 7th and 8th. I certainly think that there's no reason why I might not be on the final table and in the money, and there's no reason why I might not be the bubble boy as well. It could go either way. I think where we folded last one, I think we're calling through on this with all 3 cards making up potential lows. I think we're gonna see what happens. It now very much looks like we're on a heart flush. Um, and when the third heart comes, which it doesn't, but when the third heart does come, we can actually use that fairly well. As it is, I think we're going to try to get a cheap showdown with our pair of fives just because we're not very strong. We don't have a low. Doesn't really look like Frank's developing much either, but he developed enough to beat us. So. So we've gone to straight stud. Yes, I saw the switch over to stud, so you don't have to worry about that one, Hammer. I'm seeing it. I do have straight possibilities here, so I don't think I need to play given my stack size. Maybe let your chance and Frank fight it out and have one of them decimate the other one. That's wouldn't be a terrible thing for me at this stage. So um, again, this isn't a hand I really need to get involved with, frankly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, at this point, whether I bubble the final table or whether I go out fifth is really immaterial. If I don't get in the top 3, there's no real point to being here. So yes, if they aren't handing out money for spots at the final table, then I agree with you. You're right. The final table is not a particularly useful concept. Um, Other than the fact that it gives you a much more solid guide of where you're sitting in relative to the rest of the tournament. But beyond that, no, you're right. I mean, there's being on the FT bubble here is not uh, isn't particularly relevant. So Frank has just been knocked over by a donkey with 3 of a kind fours, or at least Frank seems to think it was a donk. We're raising those a lot now. I don't normally do those quite as often in stud as I would in a game like Raz, where it's an obvious thing like that. But Frank is always folding to me when I do it, so I'm obviously doing it more often now, I think. I think I'm going to see a bring in on this. Now that my diamonds are developing, I'm gonna keep going, I think. I'm happy with pair of queens. And they were obviously happy that the pair of queens was better than. Obviously, 3 to a suit is a pretty strong starting position in stud high. So I'm pretty happy with that. Bit surprised that, I mean, I think when Frank does play back to us, we're just going to have to fold almost anything because he's going to be playing a monster when he plays back at us in that situation. So, yeah, this has got enough Broadway and flush possibilities that I'm going to play it. The 3 obviously doesn't do me any good, and against aces, I'm out of there. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I'll do an updated. I think I'll do an updated title. When I change the title on here, does it send another notification out to people when the title changes? I wonder. I've never actually checked that. Pair of queens with stud here, I think is pretty strong, especially with 2 suits. Um, with the diamonds developing, I'm pretty happy here as well. So I'm going to keep putting money in and keep putting pressure on our friend here. 3 of a kind queens is obviously something that we're just thrilled with, and we're now trying to avoid looking too excited by shoveling chips into the pot, which apparently we did because they folded to us. Nice little run we've had here over the past couple of minutes. We're up to 5th of 9 now, so we're fairly comfortable. We switched over to Raz, so I'm not going to play my pair of 9s, which I was contemplating when I first saw them because I thought we were still in stud. But I looked at the table and important skill, looking at the table here where it says limit Raz and realizing, hey, pair of 9s, not such a good hand. Still 9 left, so we're still waiting for the final table. Although, as we've been discussing, the final table is rather meaningless in this concept, in this particular context, because no one gets paid until 3rd place. So the final 8 is nothing more than the last 8 people left in the tournament. Totally irrelevant. Get a lot of bring-ins, it seems like. Feels like on this Raz hand. Raz round. We better get lights, damn it. For a $5.50 buy-in, I better damn well be getting lights. If they skimp on their final table there, I'm going to... Well, that's obviously not such a great hand when you're playing Raz. Yeah, Frank is a bit of a tilt monkey, it seems like. Not a very good Raz hand. Steaming a pile of stinking dog poo, as I like to say, so we will just fold that. Coming up on another break. Still 9 remaining in the tournament. Our chip leader with 11,003 chips at the moment is Eggers49 from the UK. 456 Raz. I'm going to get involved in this hand, frankly. I'm pretty okay with this. And I think against our Tilt Monster Frank, I'm not going to go crazy yet. I'm going to wait and see one more draw, but I could very easily pull some chips off of. And I'm going to start betting this, even though we paired a 4s. He doesn't know that, and he's developing a bad hand. We're developing a better hand, and I think that we can. That sort of thing, we're putting them all in. Oh, we bricked out. We totally bricked out on that. Well, there we go. We're into the break now, so I will be back.
Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, thy leaves are so unchanging. Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, thy leaves are so unchanging. Not only green when summer's here, but also when 'tis cold and drear. Oh Christmas tree, thy leaves are so unchanging. Oh Christmas tree, much pleasure thou canst give me. Oh Christmas tree, much pleasure thou canst give me. How often has the Christmas tree afforded me the greatest glee? Oh Christmas tree, much pleasure thou canst give me. Oh Christmas tree, thy candle shines so brightly. Oh Christmas tree, thy candle shines so brightly. From base to summit, gay and bright, there's only splendor for the sight. Oh Christmas tree, thy candle shines so brightly. Oh Christmas tree, how richly God has decked thee. Oh Christmas tree, how richly God has decked thee.
Yeah, I was doing well 400 right up until the end there.
And trust in God unchangingly. Oh Christmas tree, how richly God has decked thee.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle
Yes, I think this is the hand you're watching it now
oh,
on
what
stream.
fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Day or two ago, I thought I'd take a ride, and soon Miss Fanny Bright was seated by my side. The horse was lean and lank, misfortune seemed his lot. We ran into a drifted bank, and there
Yeah, I agree, a bit unfortunate.
Jingle
I don't really think there's anything you can do about it, and I think I have to be there. At this stage of the tournament, I'm going to have to be willing to put
oh, what fun
that sort of chip stack on the line to knock somebody out.
open sleigh.
No one told you it was Xmas. I think I might have to back away from the Christmas music in coming streams just because it's a little early for my taste. I was just throwing it on today because it was easy to get to. 4-6-7 Raz. I think I'm putting money in on this hand, frankly. Against the 7 of your chance, I mean, I'm probably in reasonably good shape there. I think I'm in much better shape now, obviously, and I'm definitely continuing. I think I need to commit my chips at this point. So I think I have to commit my chips at this point. Wow, did I ever brick out that? Oh, I thought I bricked that out. Oh, he ended up with Jack. Wow, I thought I lost that, actually. I thought I lost that. Well, lucky me. Lucky me. I don't think in Raz I need to do much with that. I was sure that we had bricked out that hand. Nice to see that we did not. Yeah, the snow kind of does get us into a Santa mode. That's about the only time year that we really don't mind the snow very much is around Christmas time. I mean, it's not terrible, but you know, we live with it. Stud high low with a suited 6-7 and an ace. I think we're pretty happy with that. We're developing a straight flush draw here. Obviously, the 3 is already dead, but you know, the 4 and the 8-9 are still live. So I don't think I need to bloat the pot necessarily at this point. I think I probably want to bloat the pot a bit now. I don't think I need to raise. I think I'm calling your chance at this point. And then trying to get their stack in. If Eugene folds here, trying to get their stack in at the next street. That spade unfortunately kills my action because it pretty much guarantees that your chance, or it makes it much less likely for your chance to continue. I'm surprised he continued there, frankly. Looks like we're going to get your chances stack. I didn't actually think he was working on much of a low there, actually, weirdly. Well, kings and fours, obviously, we're working on a pretty decent high hand here. I don't like the looks of all those diamonds up there, although Eugen was not playing diamonds the last time he looked like he was playing diamonds. That doesn't necessarily mean anything for us, but we do have a king and a 4 out, even if he is playing diamonds. So I think we're check calling both streets, and we've hit it. So I think we check raising here, because I think if he's got that's painful when he checks behind there. Because obviously I was planning to check raise there with the full house. Brutal, just brutal that he checks behind there. That is just utterly brutal. I'm going to continue one street here just because the deuce 3 is a decent little low. I'm not going to go any farther there. I mean, truly, that check behind was brutal from my perspective, because obviously the only reason that I checked that 7th was to check raise him when he bet his potential flush there. It's important to remember as we get more shorthanded, and I mean four-handed is shorthanded. It's important to remember that our neither end has to be as high or as low in order for us to consider it a good hand. Um, because again, just like the shorthanded situation in heads up, the relative strength of all the hands is going to go down in a shorthanded play. Weaker hands are going to win more often. Nastu, good to see you here. Let me give you a quick primer on Triple Stud. Triple Stud is a game, is a mixed game of all the three variants of Stud. The three variants of Stud, of course, being Stud High, the regular Stud game, Stud High Low, which is a mixed, half the pot goes to high, half the pot goes to low hand, and Raz, which is the low variant of a Stud, where the entire pot goes to the best low stud hand in a 7-card stud scenario. Just get rid of my pair of deuces here, frankly. So we play all three of those games in rotation. The rotation here is we play some stud hands, then we play some Raz hands, then we play some stud high low hands. In this particular case, the levels are 5 minutes long, so we flip games every 5 minutes, and we also change stakes every 15 minutes because we play each version of stud at the same stakes before we flip over to the next set of stakes. So each game is played for 5 minutes for a total of 15 minutes at each stake, and then you flip over to the next set of games and next stakes. Bink! Yes, you're right. That was a bink situation that I missed. Stud, I don't need to be involved in that. Yes, Nazu, that is correct. You're using the best 5 cards out of your total 7 cards to make the hands. Now, in the case of, for example, stud high low, you can use a different 5 cards to make your low hand than you use to make your high hand. So you might well play all 4 of your, or all 7 of your cards in a stud high low scenario, but you're only playing 5 for the low pot and 5 for the high pot. In a stud situation, I don't really need to get involved in this, frankly. We still have 9 people left in the this, so we're still waiting to make it to the final table. That obviously changes the dynamic quite a bit. It doesn't really have any relevance in this particular tournament because nobody's getting paid until 3rd place anyways. So it's irrelevant whether I bust now or bust in fourth. I'm getting paid the same amount of money. But of course, the going from two tables of 5 and 4-handed to one table of 8-handed, it changes the dynamic of play quite dramatically. Yeah, I agree. There's been actually been a fair amount of drama so far. There's been big hands. There's been a couple of big suckouts. I've been on both ends of those suckouts. I've both sucked out and I was thinking I was going to play this, but I think against Frank, I'm just going to get out of the way with the pair of threes. They're just too vulnerable. And he's strikes me as wanting to see a lot of streets, which means pairing his cards higher than threes are always going to be in the cards for him. So that's obviously a fairly friendly card for us, although it does kind of kill our action a bit. Means we get to take 350 chips without much contention, though, and that's never a terrible thing. Okay, get out of the way on this one. If we were still playing stud, this would actually be a fairly nice hand to get involved with. But we are not playing stud. I did notice the game change, so we are going to get rid of that hand. That's a spot where we raise 100% of the time if your chance folds to us and we're the last person to act. But when your chance comes in, we can happily get rid of that hand with the queen in the background. But the queen would be irrelevant to us if we were the last person to act in that pot. We would be raising it 100% of the time against Frank. Like right now, we're raising this 100% of the time, regardless of the fact that we're Jack 8 back. Oh, actually, no, that was a bad move. I'm looking at this wrong. Never mind. Ignore that. Ignore the last 30 seconds of what I've been saying, and let's just move on, shall we? I just glanced over at my mic, hoping that my mic was muted by mistake there for a couple seconds, but no, sadly, that I did actually say what I just said. The ace, of course, being a good low card in Raz, and I'm not developing anything that's worth playing back against with him at this point, so I need to get out of here. That's actually not a bad idea, Hammer, being able to use that nittiness against them. We'll see. This is the sort of spot I was talking about, where we need to insta-raise those deuces no matter what we have behind against Frank, who's been the open. Again, when we come around, if your chance folds to us, we're raising this 100% of the time, no matter what we've got behind. Even if we were rolled up sixes, we'd be raising it if your chance folds. But when your chance brings in, we can happily fold a pair of sixes out of our Raz hand, and we don't need to get involved and throw chips in. 4, 5, 6, we want to get involved in, especially when our hand is better than anything showing currently on the board. So I think we definitely want to throw chips into this one. can get rid of the 10-8-3. For the record, Nasdu, if you're still watching and you're wondering why I've got the snow cam up, just letting people see what I woke up to this morning here in southern Alberta. Just 3 inches of snow, nothing, no big deal. No big thing. I might have actually raised the 4 there, even with the king-queen back, just because it's a 4. And Frank folds his 8 a lot of times, and so does Eugen fold their bring in a lot of times, and I just take that away without anybody knowing that I had a king-queen back. So that's actually worth doing sometimes, but it's also kind of dangerous. I don't really need to get in between your Chance and Frank here. I can let them sort of do what they want to do, get out of the way. Stud high low now. This is definitely a playable hand. We've got both high and low possibilities. Being that we're down to 4-handed, we need to be opening up our ranges a little bit more to slightly weaker holdings on both ends. The 9 actually is not as, the 9 of diamonds is not as much of a brick as it might appear. I mean, it does fill out some straight possibilities for us that might develop as we go on, and it does add a diamond flush, so we now have to go flush, flush, flush if we want to flush anything, which we're not going to do now that the deuce is out. It does give us the 8-6 deuce low draw, but I think against the other hands that we're drawing against, you know, your Chance very could well have us drawing dead for low. So I really think that getting out, and high, so I think getting out of there at that point is the way to go. Well, it might have been a play that been a play that worked in a different context, but I don't know how awesome it was there. This hand I'm loving actually in a stud high low context, obviously. So I'm gonna put chips in and take that one down. One of the things to recognize in the Raz game is that there are dynamics that develop that you have to be aware of. Where if you're not aware of them, you're going to be giving up massive numbers of chips to other players in situations where there's absolutely no reason to give them up, and that they'll be astonished that you're giving them up to them. That dynamic where I have one low card showing and whatever behind it, and it's folded around to me, and the bring in is the only, like I'm the last to act before the bring in, and the bring in is showing a large card. That dynamic of raising that no matter what your back cards are is one of the key points of Raz that you need to understand if you want to do anything. Or conversely, I suppose that if you don't understand, you're gonna never go anywhere in a Raz context. I'm gonna play through this one street on a high-low just to see what develops. I'm actually got really no reason to believe that my 10s aren't good for high here. Looks like we've just hit the final table, which is nice. It will be changing the dynamic. Yes, Nasdu, you're Swede, so you can appreciate my 3 feet of snow, or 3 inches of snow outside, 3 feet. So it's not nearly that bad. Although it could potentially be that bad. What is developing here? We have a 7. We don't have any sort of a low at all at this point. We've got a pair of 10s for high against what could very well be a flush draw developing. His low isn't necessarily any better than mine at this point, but he does have a draw probably. So I'm getting out of dodge. That was some wasted chips. But we're here on the final table. 8 people to go, 3 pay. So we're still a long ways off here. Just a reminder, this is the $5.50 triple stud game. We've been playing it now for just over 3 hours. Started at 1:20 p.m. my time. We've got the little snow cam going up here as well, so that's always cool. Bit of a reminder why we're sitting in the nice warm office playing online poker instead of outside doing things out there. You're welcome. I'm glad I could oblige by folding the hand at the correct time. So we're playing stud now. King Jack has some value in a stud context, obviously. It's obviously more value if it's suited, probably. But I think given where we're at, I want to see how the dynamic goes on the table a bit more, and probably make sure that I have chips to put in when we get to the rounds that I feel like I've got more of an edge on. So I suppose this is where playing your best game comes in. Not so much that I'm focusing on putting extra chips in extra hands on those levels, but rather being more cautious about putting chips in the pots on the levels that I'm not so comfortable with, like the stud. Pair of 5s is obviously not a terrible place to start a Raz hand, or to start a stud hand, I mean. I should make sure that we're playing the right game. Yes, we're playing stud. Pair of 5s with a suit. In this case, are diamonds. I think I'm going to let others contest this one. Now, 2 queens and a 10, even without a suit, is a hand that we've got to get involved in, I think. And I don't really think that we want to call in this situation and take a chance of drawing badly while Eugene draws well. I think we have to make Eugene pay to continue with the hand. So they've re-raised us back. That doesn't necessarily mean that our queens aren't good here. So I think I'm going to happily cap out this round. I'm not necessarily going to cap out the rest of the rounds. Well, we know he doesn't have 3 queens, which is what I think he wants us to believe at this point. That's one advantage for us here. So I think, do I have any reason to believe that he's got a pair down? The way he's playing, I suppose he wants me to think that he's playing 2 pair. I don't really think I can get rid of 2 queens at this point, though. I mean, I think this is my chance to actually develop at the table, and absolutely now I'm absolutely in there. Oh wow, he had kings and queens in the back. That is pretty sick. Pretty sick way that hand ran out for him. Pretty lucky for me. Pretty lucky way for that to run out for me, but that's the way it's going to happen sometimes in stud, and you just got to go with that. Given my stack size, I think going with queens is perfectly reasonable. Perfectly reasonable situation there. So that puts me up into 5th place out of 8. I suppose I shouldn't try to fold. I should check through and play. Pair of 7s now. I could probably bet into this pot. Odds might make it so that we'll just take the pot down now without having to go any farther like that. And be fairly happy with that result. This is obviously a pretty strong hand. The ace-queen suited here. And I was inclined to fold initially and say that it's strong, but it's not one that you necessarily need to play. But I'm actually inclined to get involved at least for a bring-in and see what another street brings. So I just paired my ace. I'm still fairly happy with that. Obviously, I'm not thrilled with the flush straights developing up here with your chance and him betting on them. So that's your chance basically appearing to hit his flush. I have no reason to disbelieve that he's playing a flush, and if not playing a flush now, playing a strong 4-card draw. So I'm just going to get out of the pot with my pair of aces because, you know, if you can't sometimes fold aces, you got to be able to fold aces in this game from time to time because they're not always going to be good. So we're into the Raz portion now. Without the jack, the ace-5 is actually 2 cards to the nuts. So it might actually be worth playing in certain contexts. I think in this context right now, I think we want to see how things shake out with so many small stacks, smaller stacks around. Just see how things shake out with them before we do anything too crazy at this point. Binkers! Pretty brutal on his part to be on the king, king, queen, queen there and have me bink out with the ace, ace, queen, queen. But, you know, that's the way poker goes, right? Especially stud. That's a pretty friendly draw for me, given everybody else. Shylock's all in, so it looks like we're probably going to knock Shylock out with this hand. Bit surprised Agger's called there, frankly. I'm going to check here. It gives him a free draw, obviously, but I don't really think I'm going to get him off there. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. And Shylock takes us out with a slightly better 98. That's a little bit harsh. That was a pretty harsh hand for us. We're hoping to knock Shylock's Psy out of the tournament, but it didn't actually work out that way. That's the way poker goes sometimes, though. It does not always work out the way you plan it to work out. The queen's obviously not the friendliest card in Raz, but his Queen 6 isn't a whole lot better than my Queen 5, or it's actually no better than my Queen 5, so I don't think that we'll necessarily see a bet back. Same thing. I don't really think I need to. I think we can both get to a free draw here. I'm probably folding to a bet. Obviously checking through. I don't think I'm betting at any point here if I get checked to. So yeah, I don't really think a bet's going to accomplish anything there. And likewise, I think just checking down to showdown is the way to go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, the ace-ace just didn't seem to look very strong. The 8-3-7 is a pretty decent place to start a Raz hand with. There's lots of ways that can go well for you. That draw is not terribly friendly for us. Probably not really even something that we need to continue putting money in the pot with. Given that it's hard to imagine unless he's playing a larger card than a 7 back at this point with the way they're playing. I mean, maybe they would be, but so into the stud high-low phase now. 6-4 is obviously not a terrible place to be for a high-low for your low end. The suited 6-4 is obviously very nice. Has some nice high possibilities depending on what you flop into. The king is somewhat superfluous and extraneous to both sides of this equation at the moment, but it can also work out some hands. I think we're continuing here. You know, there's an argument for me instead of bringing in, they're doing a full completion right off the bat and seeing if that folds anybody out, frankly. So that's pretty bricky. I think we'll see one more street, though. That's pretty bricky, he says, as he calls the bet. Eugen all in. I think I probably need to continue now that I've got the straight draws down there at the bottom, which haven't developed at all. So I'm probably out now. Yeah, I think I got to be out now. It's got some nice low possibilities there, obviously. The two clubs would be stronger if one of them was an ace, but we'll live with what we got. Again, argument maybe for bringing in for the full amount here instead of the 90, and maybe encouraging guns to possibly fold. I don't know if they would have or not, but something I think I need to think about in future hands. Our low's developing nicely, so I'm happy to keep going for at least one more street here. Obviously 3 cards, 2 and not low at the moment. That makes our low possibilities much, much, much more unlikely. Not really developing a ton for high hands either. I think I'm going to see one more street, but that's probably the wrong decision. It's probably burning 600 chips, actually, now that I think about it. The club obviously is a brick for me. We know this at this point. Nobody else knows this, but we do for sure that it's a brick. It does give us a low draw still. I feel like this is one of those hands where I've made two bad calls, and I might get rewarded for it by sucking out on a low draw on the river on 7th Street. I'm honest about how I feel about this hand. I literally feel like this is a hand where I've made two bad calls, and I've just sucked out on the river to take half the pot for low. I'll be very curious to see your I'll be very curious to see your opinion of that hand when it comes out, Hammer, because I really do. I feel like I made two very bad calls there on 5th and 6th Street, and then sucked out to take half the pot for low on 7th. Yes, the big pot was the one that I banked, and that was good. Getting to a reverse bank is never nice, but it happens. Got to live with it. If you're going to be a poker player, you got to be able to deal with the reverse bank. Getting a few people on the stream now. It's nice to see some folks come out and watch anything but Hold'em. We're playing triple stud today, as the title suggests. It's a $5.50 buy-in. Started just over 3 hours ago. We are now at the final table. I'm sitting 5th of 8 at the moment, after having just banked out a low draw, potentially after making two very questionable calls on 5th and 6th Street. I'm not really playing this very often in a stud context. In a stud high-low context, I might be more interested in a hand like 7-6 ace. But without any suits in a stud context, I'm not usually going to be that thrilled with it, frankly. Likewise with an 8-6-3, even with two suits here, I've got really nothing of... There's nothing really big enough. The 6-8 straights might be worth playing with, but I don't really need to at this point, so I'm going to get rid of it there. So I think for my stream, you just watched the hand where I sucked out the low draw on 7th Street. Oh, I wish we were playing Raz. I wish we were playing Raz. Or even set high-low would be really nice with this hand. For a straight stud hand, it's not horrible. I mean, obviously we've got lots of wheel possibilities here, but we've talked about how the wheel's not the best thing to be trying to in a stud high game for a variety of reasons. So I think we're just going to get out of the way there. Yeah, I suppose with the good low draw, I have to call there on the 6. Yeah, the 5th is pretty marginal. I think I'm happy to admit it was a pretty bad call on 5th for sure. Not usually thrilled when we min cash in tournaments, but actually in this one we would be pretty thrilled if all we got was a min cash in this case, because we're actually getting 4x our buy-in pretty close for, well, 4x our buy-in. If you include rake, it's not quite 4x, but for the actual buy-in, it's full 4x the buy-in that is in the prize pool for third place here. $20, $30 for second, and $50 up top for first. Yes, please say hello in the chat window. Click the heart button for the follow, please. Let us know who you are. It's nice to have everybody around. We do this fairly regularly. Play lots of different games. Today it's triple stud, but it could be anything. But the only thing that we don't play here, obviously, is we play anything but HoldEm. But all the other games are fair game, horse, 8 game. We do Sunday Raz every Sunday night at 9:20 p.m. Mountain Time is a Raz tournament. We do horse. We do draw games. We do pretty much everything. We do pretty much anything but Hold'em here. King 8-4 Raz. I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm actually pretty impressed at how well my snow cam is doing as it gets dark here in southern Alberta. It's still not dark yet, so we'll see when it's actually dark how well it does from inside my office with my office light on. But it looks like so far it's doing remarkably well in keeping showing things. My snow cam is of course the alternate to having my face with headphones, sitting here drolly talking at you. I'm not entirely sure there's value in having my face on the stream, but I figured we kind of hedge that bet by turning my webcam on, but just having it pointed out my window instead of pointing at my face. The 3-4 component of this hand is obviously a pretty nice place to start your Raz hand with. It is 2 cards to the nuts, so it does technically qualify for our rule about playing 2-card hands from the start. But I think with your chance coming in for a raise with an ace, I mean, I don't think that necessarily means he has a hyper strong hand behind. But I think it's enough of an indication for us to happily get out of the way, given that we have a jack back in reality, and anything that we do, at least until 6th Street, is going to be technically bluffing. So, yeah, it's quite a grind. It seems like it's been going on for quite a while. We're 3.5 hours in, and there's only 20 people to start the tournament. So for that to go, but I mean, limit games are like that a lot of times. And now I think it has to start going quicker now with the stakes increasing. I think it has to start going. I think it has to start going up now pretty quickly. People have to start busting. Yeah, I'm thinking that this must be a place in the software. Well, weirdly, actually, it is kind of weird. There's 20 people in this, and 18-person sit and go pays 4 places. So I wonder what the calculation on this one is to make it. Maybe it's 10% payout in this, but minimum of 3 places. So even though we only had 20 people, there's still only going to ever be a maximum of 3 places until you got to 30 or more. Maybe that's what it is. I suppose even at 15% payout, we would still only have 3 people at 20. Um, the only way to get to 4 people is if you're paying 20% of the field out. Alrighty, so that's one person. We're down to 7 left on the final table now. That was Eugen, 1967, out in 8th place. In the stud high-low phase, we could play the 4-5 again to the nuts. With the jack showing, we're not really going to ever be playing anything super strong, though. Yeah, I'll do my best. I'll try not to get all my chips in before you come back. Hammer. We got a break coming up soon, so I want to be able to play some more Christmas music anyways. I'm thinking that there's no way that this goes another hour. Like, we'll go through this next break that's coming up, but I don't think it'll go to the following break. That just seems very unlikely with the way the stakes are going up and the fact that, I mean, there's not that many chips in play, all told. I think that we're going to start to see people busting out pretty quickly, getting their stacks in on most hands where they play. Obviously, the flush looks pretty here, so I think we're going to do one more street and see where the other hearts come out. Pair of nines is never a terrible thing. I think I want to show strength here. And I'm actually pretty thrilled at this point to get a fold like that because I don't know. I mean, the nines is obviously not the strongest hand in the world, and I'm repping that I've got a set of nines or that I've got a pair down and I'm playing 2 pair now at this point. So I'm pretty happy to get that fold there, and I'm pretty happy to call that a bluff that got a fold. I'm going to raise the ace here. There's lots of ways that I can draw out looking good and get Frank to fold hands that he doesn't want to play and take chips away from him in that situation. And that was a nice example of how that happens. It's one of the dynamics that you need to learn when you're playing stud is to raise the bring in. If you've got a better card, which you almost certainly do because the bring in is bringing in with the worst card in whatever game you're playing. So that's one of the dynamics that really helps your stud game, or that rather, I suppose, really hurts your stud game if you don't have it, because it's a pretty basic part of stud. But someone parking their truck under the lamppost outside. I think it's Going to see the neighbor downstairs below me. So we're actually in a cash spot at the moment. We're sitting in third out of seventh. This is the first time in this tournament that we've actually been in a cashing position, I believe. So pretty happy about that. This is actually a pretty good hand for a stud high-low situation. Ace, deuce, six. All three cards play for lows. For pretty strong lows, obviously the six isn't in our nut range, but the ace, deuce is completely in our nut range. So we're totally raising Frank in this case. And we wouldn't have been too concerned if he played back at us there either in a high-low context. Likewise here, this is like three cards to the stone cold nuts almost in a high-low game. So we're absolutely getting involved with these. The question is, do we want to raise these guys or do we want to call the bring in and see what further streets bring us? I think that there's enough low cards out here that we're probably not going to get, it's probably not going to fold around to us. We're going to get 2 or 3 calls to our raise. So I think we're probably just going to see what develops before we go any farther. Getting the fourth heart is obviously great. So far we've only seen the one heart come out, I think. I don't believe I saw any hearts on these boards before they folded. I think putting chips into this pot is the way to go. Show strength. Get people out who are drawing. It obviously doesn't look great on a low for me, so lows may keep drawing against me. Other than the six of hearts, there's very few other cards that I would like better than this six of diamonds that came up here. So I'm happy to keep. The question is, do I want to raise him here? I don't think I need to raise him here because I don't really have a hand on either side yet, and I'm still drawing on both ends. Really, I don't have a high or a low, but I've got good high and low draws, so I'm in, but I'm not necessarily raising him at this point. I could raise to try to push him off, but I don't necessarily think that's happening because I think he might be on a low. Oh, that's a crappy 7th Street for me. That is a crappy 7th Street for me. And at this point, we have to decide. We can't take a low pot. Are our fours ever good here? I think that the number of parallel universes in which our fours are good in this spot probably approaches 0. I mean, given an infinite number of parallel universes, it's probably not exactly 0, but it probably approaches 0. So I think I got to fold the fours there when I've bricked out the low draw, sadly. This is a bring and fold situation, I'm pretty sure. That was a pretty devastating thump on my stack there. Never nice to have that happen to you right before the break. I mean, it's not hugely devastating, obviously, but certainly would have been nicer to go into the break with a stack of 8,000 chips than with 5,000 chips. But I don't think we need to contend this pot in any way, so I think we're just going to fold out here. Well, this being my parking lot and the day after a snowfall, you may just see that that hit and run, in my parking lot there, Matt. Good to see you here, Matt. Good to see you. We have got the snow cam up, ready to just showing everybody why it's such a good day for me to be sitting inside playing online poker and streaming it out. Alrighty, it is break time. I am going to give you some nice Christmas tunes and head off and do my custodial duties.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. The tidings we bring to you and your kid. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now bring us some figgy pudding. Now bring us some figgy pudding. Now bring us some figgy pudding and bring it out here. The tidings we bring to you and your kin. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. For we all like figgy pudding. For we all like figgy pudding. For we all like figgy pudding. So bring it out here. The tidings we bring to you and your kid. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. So bring some out here. The tidings we bring to you and your kid. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. The tidings we bring to you and your kid. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin mother and child, holy infant so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace. Silent night, holy night, Son of God, love's pure light, radiant beams from thy holy face, with the dawn of redeeming grace. Jesus, Lord, at thy birth.
Welcome, welcome, Hammer. Glad to see you're back.
Jesus, Lord, at thy birth.
I am still in, so yes, it's be badly timed for the break, but we are back now. Wow, that musical interlude was perfectly timed. I must admit, I didn't plan those two songs to be exactly the length of the break, but it certainly worked out very well for that. I didn't even have to fade it out at all. I am back playing anything but HoldEm here in a $5.50 triple stud game in a segment I'm calling the Studley Afternoon for reasons that probably should be obvious. Of course, we also have our snow cam up on the screen as well, which is giving a nice indication of why I am sitting inside playing online poker and streaming it today rather than doing things outdoors because there's a crap load of snow on the ground and that's never a lot of fun to go out and do things in. So I'm hanging out streaming with you guys instead. There are 7 people left in this tournament now. Only 3 people pay out of 20, so we were discussing that that's probably a 15% payout rate. What that means is that there's a whopping big prize for min cashing. It's $20 for min cashing, which on a $5 buy-in is a pretty big deal. This is a nitty fold, but I'm going to get rid of these potential straight cards there. Just not feeling it right now. It's a bad reason I know not to play a poker hand, but I kind of got reverse banked on a hand where I lost some chips just before the break, but we're okay. We're still alive. We're still kicking, and we're into the Raz phase with a deuce 4-6. So I think we are putting some chips into this pot. I've said this before, and I'll say this again. This is true of most of the stud variants. It's absolutely true of the Raz version of stud. If all you know how to do about Raz is bet hard when you have low cards and don't bet hard and fold when you have big cards, you're going to go a long way in Raz with just that basic strategy in mind and nothing further. So that's worth saying. You don't really need to have any sort of advanced Raz strategy. For most 98% of the Raz game is play low cards, don't play big cards, and you'll do pretty well. Right, so we're playing a Jack 8. At best, he's playing either a queen or a jack there. So I think we have to call to see 7th Street. Our jack could have easily been good on 6th Street. It still might be, though it's less likely now. When he checks to us, we could certainly bet and try to steal it away. I think given our stack sizes right now, that's unlikely to happen, and he's more likely to want to put pressure on me. So I think checking behind is my best bet here. Doesn't seem likely. He might have folded. He might have folded to a bet there. It's entirely possible he folds that jack to a bet. Since he didn't improve on 7th Street there. So checking behind there might have been a mistake. Checking behind there might well have been a mistake. So it seems like I'm settled on the background graphics. I'm assuming that regular viewers have kind of settled in with the background graphics and like the look and feel of the place. Since we've been here, it feels very homey with a nice blue felt background, and it just feels nice and homey. At least from my perspective, it does. This is one of the better Raz hands that you can get. It's I believe number 3 nuts to start off with. Let's 3 deuce 1, 4 deuce 1. Yeah, this will be the third. This will be the third nuts. So I think we're gonna put Frank Stack at play here, frankly. Wow, and our drawing has been pretty bad, I gotta say. We got lucky there at the 9-5, beat out his 9-8. But our drawing has been pretty atrocious. We're getting close to the bubble. We're getting close to the bubble sweat now. We'll get rid of our 10 here. Fourth of 6. Obviously, I'm all over this if we're playing stud, but even in high-low, it's got some value. But in Raz, it's got basically no value at all. It's got enough value to check through with, basically. Still in Raz. We've got a we've just flipped over into stud high-low, so this will be a stud high-low hand. And we've got 4 minutes of stud high-low, 5 minutes almost of stud high-low to play. Two spades being somewhat connected might have some value. The 9-10 being out of your low range makes it a pretty weak hand to be playing in a high-low situation, I think. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think he ever folds the jack there. So King Jack, don't really need to do anything with that either, I don't think. It's worth keeping our eye on Shylock Sai over here. When we came to the final table, he was by far the shortest stack. And he's managed to hold on and keep a stack building and so on. So he's definitely somebody to keep our eye on as this table progresses. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the nicely done. I do what I can. I think with the suit and the 3-4, I'm gonna see a bring in here at least. Probably call a completion as well, depending on what else happens. But the 3-4 is obviously 2 cards to the nut low. We don't love seeing the paired 4, obviously. I could keep showing strength. I think A more cautious approach for keeping the pot a little bit smaller at this point is probably the more prudent approach. Um, and I think given that the pair at 4 really does do bad things to our low draws, I think I'm just going to get out of dodge on this one. That's probably kind of nitty, but I really think I'm drawing pretty thin on both ends at that point. Though I'm not sure what sort of high your chance was betting on there that was better than my 4s at that point, but I mean, is he really hit 3 deuces on 4th Street there? It's probably unlikely. Straight draw is probably more likely that he's hit there, which is something that he's obviously still going on. Although the way he's betting, it's like he's got a made hand already. Yeah, no, not at all. Just the low. Connected low cards always worth a look. So I'm probably calling a completion. If it goes to 2 bets, I'll have to think a little bit more seriously about it, but I'm certainly calling a single completion, I think, to see 4th Street. Wow, I mean, can you draw any worse than I've been drawing since we came back from the break? Gonna see one more street with the pair of 3s. Well, 2 pair now at least gives me a fighting chance for high. And I think we have to go with that. He's drawing at low at best. So I think that I have to go with this. Now, this might be the wrong move, but I think I have to go with this. Wow. I got lucky on that one to a certain extent that he wasn't playing much for low. And that he bricked out on the low. That he also bricked out on the straight draw that he was working on. But the other side of the coin is I got my money in ahead. And that's, the objective of poker, I think, typically. So that puts me in third of 6 now, with the other 3 players not well below me, but significantly below me. So pair of kings, I think that's definitely bettable. He doesn't have he's at best got a 3-card low at this point. He might have a low draw now, but he doesn't necessarily have one. I'm sure my high is good. I'm sure my kings are good for high at this point. I'm still reasonably sure that my kings are good for high. And the question is whether he had a low that he was going to play against, and it turns out he bricked his low. Cats are very good at that, Hammer. Awesome. I am ready for you to watch me win as well. I'm hoping to take this one down. It'd be a nice $50 bank, I gotta say. Not a stud hand. I am now in first of 6 players. I have not been in first ever in this tournament up until this point, so this is a first for me being in first. Yeah, that's a good point actually that you're making about getting out early or going big. So I pretty much had to do that there, I think. You'll see another spot where I make the same decision. Probably by the time you're hearing these words, you'll already have seen the other spot where I made that same decision, and it paid off pretty big for me. So it's basically allowed me to be in first as I am now, and sitting with an ace high spade flush hand to start. Only one other spade on the board that's folded out, so I think we are putting pressure on the rest of the table with our big stack and our ace of spades showing. Guns may very well be tilted a bit towards us. We just took that big pot off of him a while back, so he may well be wanting to play against us, get some of those chips back. Hard to say at this point, but I'm going to keep my eye on any behavior that might look tilty. That fold indicates that he might not be as tilty as I'm suspecting he might be, but we'll see. So that was a sort of spot where I'd expect somebody tilting at me to play back when I raise there with the ace showing. Because I could easily have nothing connecting with that ace behind me. That turned out that time I actually had a pretty strong hand, but it didn't have to. It certainly didn't have to be the case with an ace showing like that. I can easily be raising that without anything. Yes, finally nice to find somebody on this final table who's drawing worse than me. Did I do another hand where I was looking for a low draw? Oh yeah, there we go. Well, I won anyways. At least that one I won, even though I was playing the wrong game. Yeah, at least I had a high this time. Funny. Laughing at my incompetence. That's what we're here for on this stream on Anything But Hold'em, is to come and laugh at my incompetence. That's the whole point of the exercise here. Feels nice to be on top of the chip stack for a bit. I'm not hugely comfortable with my lead at the moment. That could change at any moment. Certainly, almost anybody that gets knocked out, the person who knocks them out has a good chance of being close to me if it's aggers or guns. So I don't need to be. I shouldn't be very comfortable with this. I should still be wary of my lead. There's no way your chance can continue with this hand. I'm gonna put a raise in here, just because nobody else is super strong for the card that they're showing, and I could easily get this through everybody up to aggers at least without much of an issue. It's interesting that guns is calling me with a 9. I mean, we're absolutely beating him at this point. No question about that. He obviously doesn't know that, but he should suspect that he's behind. He must be playing pretty low 2 card, I'm thinking. In fact, one that the deuce might have hurt rather than helped. I'm going to see one more street. Yeah, I think that's probably the last street I'm going to see on here. Um, Even if he paired his deuce, he's still at this point drawing to a 98, and I would need to draw out 2 cards to be ahead of that. So I'm just going to get out of dodge here. So that shifted the lead, put Guns in first and me in second now. That's probably going to happen a fair bit over the next little while. There's going to be flips back and forth. I'm guessing Shylock is out of here pretty quick. He doesn't have a lot of room to work. I mean, this hand, he's obviously going to be all in on 4th Street at the very least. So he's got to be able to draw out, and the queen is looking bad for his hand against the ace-4 of guns. So it's looking a lot like Guns is going to take this one down at this point. Lizzie, wow, I don't know how Shy can. That's a fairly strong stack preservation move there. I think that the logic in Shy's brain there is I'm in a bad enough spot here that any cards I get on the next hand that I throw my chips in are going to be better than the spot I'm in now, and he may well have been right. I mean, I think that that's definitely a consideration in these limit games. You might have a good chunk of your stack in, but still fold out to give yourself another chance. Thank you, Josh. Much obliged. Appreciate the support. That's a Shylock. Shylock Sai from the UK out in 6th place. Was pretty sure he was going to be our 6th place finisher. Not a huge surprise there, I don't think, given that his chip stack. What's even more of a surprise is that he lasted as long as he did on the final table, actually. 8-7 deuce. I think this is worth a bring in a high-low game, just to see how we go. 7-8-9. So we're developing our straight for high. That's obviously not helping our low at all with the 9, but it doesn't hurt it either. So that's a bonus. I think I need to see one more street here at least, just to see where that straight goes, if anywhere. The answer being nowhere, of course. Probably check folding this street, I think. We're on the big bet street here. If I get checked around, obviously, that's great, but I mean, I don't think we're putting 1,200, even with the odds. I don't really think that we've got a hand that we can call with here. Pretty impressed with the night view of my snow cam. I was really wondering how it was going to look once it got dark, as I pointed out my window. But I'm actually pretty impressed with how it comes out, actually. Pair of queens, obviously good hand for stud high. Don't really have much for low possibilities working out in this, so we have to be very careful about that. You got to think that Guns is playing a hand with a lot of low cards that's all spades. I mean, that really is what the raise is supposed to make us believe. Something like an ace deuce 3 of spades, ace 3 5 of spades, maybe even an ace-6-7 spade, something like that. But I think he's trying to get us to believe that he's got 3 spades and they're all under 8. And you know what? I believed him. There. Yeah, I think it probably was a bad fold by Shy. I mean, his chips were already there, and who knows what else you draw after that. Just because you got a queen there does not mean that you're dead, right? So, um, I don't think I need to be involved in that. Yeah, good point. He either shouldn't have been involved pre, or he should have been through the whole. He should have been willing to throw everything in, throw his whole stack in. We just passed the 4-hour mark for this tournament a couple of minutes ago, so it's a bit of a grind on this one. Definitely coming down to the final few though now. 2 left till the money. Got the stakes going up here when we on the next level, which I think should be after this hand or after another hand. So it can't keep going on forever. The small stacks are going to have to start getting their chips in the middle. Predicted before the last break that there was no way it would go another full hour. That is looking to be a bad prediction at this point. I'm still fairly certain that we'll have broken the money bubble by the time the next break rolls around, but I'm far, far, far less certain now that the tournament itself will be over by then. In fact, I think it seems pretty unlikely at this point that the tournament will be over by the next break. Though it seems fairly likely that at least 1 or 2 more players will have busted by then. Might be down to heads up by then. I'd be more inclined to play this obviously in a stud context if the king was suited rather than the 8-3. So I think I need to see 4 straight on this at least. See if the straight or flushes develop in any way. Pair of 3s. Obviously not the best place for me to be. But I think 1 more straight needs to go at least. The deuce is nice. I know we're not playing high-low, by the way. I know that we're only playing stud-high, but I am sitting on a straight draw. 6s and 3s. I'm fairly happy with my high now, whether I hit my 4 or not. I've got a 4, a 6, and a 3 that give me monster hands, and I'm pretty happy with the size of my baby monster right now. I think I'm happy enough with the size of my baby monster that I'm value betting seventh, the brick on seventh. I mean, I think the sixes and threes are good here an awful lot. And I think that they're good enough that they get called by pairs like kings and queens. Um, Anything sort of tens and above, they get called by, I think. They obviously don't get called by a lot of worse two pairs. So any of the two pairs or above, they would lose to when they uh, when they get called. But I think that they might fold out. I think they might fold out weak two pairs. So I mean, I'm obviously getting called by the two pairs that are like the aces and X. But is eights and fives really calling me there necessarily? I don't know. So I think I can potentially get a fold out of hands like that. Um, so I mean, I think I'm making a reasonably good value bet there. I think, but it's hard to say. Looks like we've got Raz coming up after this hand. Now that it's gotten a little bit darker, I see that the snow cam's not great, but yeah, Guns is getting a lot of chips just by without anybody being able to challenge him. So I can easily see this coming down to heads up between Guns and me. Um, I can easily see your chance coming back as well. Actually, he's um, pretty strong player from everything I've seen. Yes, I'm gonna make sure that I say that every once in a while, just because I know that it's been a problem for us today to remember what game we're playing. So I need to focus on that more. This is absolutely play. This would be absolutely playable hand in a lot of Raz situations. I don't necessarily think this is one of them, especially not with two deuces behind me to act yet. But you could certainly put that in for a raise and be fairly happy playing it on later streets, depending on what you drew on the streets. Folding, folding, folding. Not even sure why I was looking at that, given that this is Raz. Good on you, Let's Play. Well done, man. It happens that way sometimes. I mean, and you can easily win these. You can easily win these things from time to time just by getting dealt good cards without anything else. Um, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Best advice I can give you for a PLO Omaha high-low would be to focus on playing for the low hand. In Omaha high-low, the low hand doesn't matter as far as straights and flushes are concerned. So the best low hand is 5-4, 3 deuce ace of any suit. So that's what you're looking for. And when you play for that low hand, you'll work into high hands a lot. So look at it. That's the best advice I can give you from that perspective. Guns is a solid player. He knows how to put pressure on and extract chips out of the other stacks. I might have been able to continue there, but I thought I was just as likely to increase Ager's stack dramatically as I was to do damage to him, and that's not anything that I want to do at this stage. So just flipped over into stud high-low, obviously. So important now to look at that. So I guess the sorts of starting hands that you'd want to think about for limit Omaha high-low Let's Play would be things like low suited connectors. 2, 3, 4, 5 is an awesome sort of starting hand. Ace, deuce, deuce, double suited is often a good way to start with Omaha high-low. So ace, 3, 3, ace, 4, 4. Any sort of pair straight combinations down low are good. So 3, 4, 4, 5, for instance, 4, 4, 5, 6, that sort of thing, are excellent places down low to work from. Obviously, the Omaha High plays suits, so getting something like 5, 4, 3 deuce ace suited is pretty much the stone cold nuts, because you're playing a straight flush for high and the nut low. So you're basically nutted out on both ends when you do that. So make sure that you go ahead and play those when you can. We got 3 aces here. We got to think our high's good. I don't really need to believe that he's on his flush. I knew that the low might well be out there, but we got to think our 3 aces were good for high at least. We're going to fold that in a high-low context, I think, for now. Still five-handed, only 3 pay, of course. Min cash of $20 is a pretty substantial min cash for a $5 buy-in. Hammer doing a good job of talking Omaha rules with you. Yeah, important to remember if you're coming from Hold'em, you have to play 2 cards in your hand and 3 cards on the board. You can't play 1 card from your hand and 4 on the board, or 3 from your hand and 2 on the board. It has to be 2 from your hand and 3 on the board when you're making your 5-card hand in Omaha. So that's an important thing to remember. That's true on both the high and the low versions. Gonna see another street with my pair of 9s here. I think there's still no reason to believe that my pair of 9s is worse than Agger's. I think I'm going to raise here to put Agger's all in and get Lissy off the pot. So this is the idea. I think I'm happy to go at this with Agger's at this point in time. And again, we split. One of these days I'm going to scoop those and we're going to go. Hands that look pretty from a Hold'em perspective, like maybe you've got King, King, Queen, Queen with 2 suits, have almost no value in a high-low situation. You really don't want to be involved in the pots if you don't have a chance to make a low hand, usually. Pair of 6s with limit stud. I need to get involved with that, I think. Especially against Agger's, who seems eager to play against us in some contexts. I'm not entirely sure that that's an accurate assessment, but well, one of the things I want to be able to do here, Let's Play, is help people learn new games. So I hope it actually does help a little bit. And yes, very good luck. Very good luck, man. Right, so we've paired our 6, but Guns has paired his ace. We've got no low hand to play for, so that's of no consequence here. We were really wanting to play more for straights than we were for pairs in this hand, so we're just going to get out of it and let Guns take it. The 2 hearts have some value in this context, but they're both pretty small. I don't think this is the time to pick a fight with Guns at the moment. Yeah, generally speaking, pairs from 9 up are only going to be good for high when you improve them somehow, which usually means by hitting trips. But when you improve them and they're above 8, if you've got trips above 8, you can't have a low hand. So if you got trip deuces, you can still make a low hand out of trip deuces. You cannot make a low hand out of trip nines. No matter what else comes, you're never going to have a low hand if you've got trip nines. So that's one of the reasons to stay away from the things like the kings and the queens and the jacks, because when you improve on those, you decimate your chances for getting lows. I'm not sure no pairs are good. I mean, playing hands like ace ace deuce deuce, ace ace 3-3, ace ace 4-4, that sort of thing are actually quite strong in a high low context. All right, so we're down to 4 now. We've just lost Aggers in 5th place. This 2-3-4 is obviously a great hand, one that we're going to put pressure on and put Lissy all in with, because our deuce is our 3 is almost certainly better than her deuce at this point. And she sucked it out at the end, which is, no, I mean, it happens. That's the way it goes. Nothing we can do about that. We had to get that in there. Nothing we can do about it. Was a good chance to be in the money there, but no, it wasn't going to happen. Pairing the ace is obviously not our friendliest thing. And I don't really think we want to be playing against guns with an ace deuce. I had a feeling that guns was making a bit of a move on me there, and that's one of the reasons why I continued with that when it didn't look great. Um, by the time 5th rolled around, it was clear that I was the only one that was potentially playing a low hand at that point, so it made that bet what I needed to do there to get back into second spot. So, um, yeah, I think I'm being pretty nitty at this point for the most part. Well, and I mean, one of the things, and I don't know how much I should be valuing this at all, but we're looking at a pretty massive pay jump at this point. We've talked about before how the bubble is the biggest pay jump in the game, but in this case, when your min cash is 4x the buy-in, you're talking about a massive pay jump here that is on this bubble. So that's a factor in the decision. How much weight you put on it is certainly up for debate, but it definitely has to be a factor in the decision, I think. Yeah, that's always true in any high-low contact. If you've got an ace and a deuce, you probably want to be involved in the hand. We're out of dodge on this one. No need to get too crazy. That's one of those dynamics where he's almost always going to raise and I'm almost always going to fold, regardless of what his other two cards are. There's just not really anything I can do about that. I'm going to see a street with my... And we're done. That was a rather fruitless journey. So into stud high low. I think this is a reasonably strong high-low possibility. You're obviously not putting a ton of value on the pair of threes for your high. But it's also a somewhat disguised high. And if you grab another three, then it doesn't really look like you have trips at that point. It only looks like you have a pair of threes or maybe two pairs. So that can be disguised at that point. I'm obviously not drawing out well at all, and I probably have to check fold this street, which is unfortunate. Be awfully nice if he gave us a free draw, but that's not likely to happen at this stage. Obviously, four diamonds or three diamonds and the four showing gives us a reasonable wow. You know what? I'm gonna let Lissy and Guns have at her. Oh, and we are in the money. So there's an example where you can actually make money by folding. I just made a minimum of 20 bucks, well, minimum 15, 14.50 by folding that hand. Right, we're on break. I am going to take off and do my duties again, and I will give you some Christmas music while we're away.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me a partridge in a pear tree. On the second day of Christmas, my true love gave to me two turtle doves and a partridge in a pear tree. On the third day of Christmas, my true love gave to me three French hens, two turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the fourth day of Christmas, my true love gave to me four calling birds, three French hens, two turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the 5th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the 6th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the 7th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 7 swans a-singing, 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the 8th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 8 maids a-milking, 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree.
Alrighty, back. Looks like my music ran out slightly before I got back, but that is cool. We're back and we're in the money. We have guaranteed ourselves 20 bucks for min cash, 30 bucks for second, 50 bucks for first. Wow, thank you very much. Thank you very much. There's an adage that you hear a lot of poker players say where you can't make money by folding. That's a perfect example of how that adage is wrong, and you actually can. There are lots of situations in poker where you can make a good deal of money. On by folding. And that is one example. I just made $14.50 by folding. It's not quite Christmas where I am either, but I'm being horrible and going early with the Christmas tunes. So we're back with 8-9 Jack in stud high low. It's certainly a playable hand for the stud high portion of the game. Not much on the low end though, and that does cripple it for a bit in a high low context. This one's a much stronger hand in a high low context, and I'm actually almost certainly going to play for a continuation here. Because that was actually a very strong hand in a high-low context. And you know what? I'm actually going to do this one for a bet right off the start and see what the response is. I mean, this might be the hand that I bust on, but at this point, there's really nothing to gain by being cautious. I can only put chips in the middle with cards that could win and see what happens. That's really all I can do at this stage. So I think at this point, folding is utterly out of the question, and we're just putting in as many chips as he's going to let us put in. If he folds and lets us take the pot down, we're happy with that. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. Looks like we're going to end up putting all of our chips in the pot, but we're not too uncomfortable with that. That actually worked out better, much better than it could have for us, obviously. But it's a nice example of how. And I mean, I suppose we could have even tried to raise there, but we don't have a strong enough hand to raise in that spot, and we don't have. He doesn't have a strong enough hand, I don't think, to be the one that's insta betting at that stage. So seemed a little reckless. That bet on seventh there by him seemed a little reckless, I thought. Your chance, still in with a chance by taking the low there, splitting the pot. We're now in stud high, so straight high game. King, queen, 10. I think I'm going to see a straight at least there. I'm not sure that I want to be putting. I am now sure that I want to be putting your chance to make decisions for their stack. I might have been better off betting only 1,000 there instead of doing the double bet. Now that I think about it, I might have gotten more, I might have gotten action. I'm not sure I get action from him at that point, no matter what I bet there, but I might have been better off. Mavrosa, good to see you. Good to see you. You've come at a great time. We are three-handed in the money in a $5.50 triple stud. I don't think in a stud context I'm really wanting to play this very much. I will do my best to now go ahead and win this, Hammer. Is my objective. That is, of course, always my objective in poker tournaments. You should never enter a poker tournament with any other objective other than to be the one at the end with all of the chips stacked in front of you. Ace King 9 is not a bad place to start in a stud context. I don't believe that your chance is necessarily playing a pair at this point. Their raise pre-draw seemed pretty weak to me, and so that was sort of the impetus of the way I acted there. I think we're going to come in for 1,000 on this one, just to show that we've got some strength back here with this deuce. I don't really know what Guns is playing at this point. They could easily have come in on a very draw-y sort of hand. I'm gonna keep I think, putting pressure on the pot. Um, because they could easily have also thought that I was just sort of trying to take it all down without anything by coming in so big. I'm going to check back here. We're into the big bet stage now, so I think I'm going to check back and keep the pot relatively small at this point, and see what comes on 6th Street. It's a very nice card for us on 6th Street, obviously, because it opens up the up and down straight draw, the wheel, and the deuce to 6 straight draws. Don't worry, Hammer. I'm not thinking about high-low possibilities at this point. So I'm not thinking about that 4 helping my low at all. But I am going to bet now because our hand has increased significantly in value, and the deuces are actually ahead here reasonable number of times. We've been joking about a universe with infinite parallel universes in it. There's actually a fair number of parallel universes where your deuces are going to be good in that spot, I think. Doesn't feel right on that one for some reason. The ace king, you can certainly get involved with the ace king. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that in a stud high game. The 8 is somewhat superfluous there, but I don't know. That one just didn't feel like it was one I wanted to get involved with. In the Raz phase now. I'm raising that 5 most of the time in a 3-handed situation, regardless of what I've got back. This is the sort of dynamic in Raz that you've got to be aware of, where you can raise situations where it just looks like you're best, and you don't necessarily have to be best. Thank you. It certainly seemed that way to me. I think we're obviously out of there in a Raz context. Probably not playing this hand in a Raz context very often either, I wouldn't think. You'd obviously raise the 5 if your chance had folded to us. That didn't seem likely. It seemed pretty likely he was going to raise the 4, as he should do in a Raz context. This actually could be quite a protracted heads-up battle, especially if your chance manages to double up once or twice. That would put us at a pretty even chip stack level, and that would like if your chance doubles off of guns twice, that puts everybody at around 15 to 18,000 chips. Thank you very much. Yes, some very timely chips. I think I'm going to put pressure on your chance here with the ace. make them play for their life, I think. We're only one pip worse on the 9, and the 5 ace is actually drawing to the nuts, so I think I'm quite happy to challenge them all the way. Wow. Wow. That was just a horrible draws by me. I can't draw worse shit in this game, apparently. I'm not unhappy with my decision to put your chances stack in play there. I think I had to do that, but just unhappy with the way it played out. That's all, the way it drew out. I asked about a deal. I checked the button. It seems unlikely anybody's going to want a deal at this point. Yeah, it seems like your chances. Your chance saying no, there's no way the guns is going to agree. So I don't think that we're interested. I'm going to leave the button checked. What the hell? I'm always willing to talk. We're definitely playing this hand in a high-low context. This is an awesome 3-card start for a high-low context. I'm obviously not thrilled with the pair of 4s, but I'm not hugely upset by a pair of 4s either at this stage. Especially 3-handed, that can be good a lot. Hey, busting in the money is nothing to be ashamed of, Let's Play, so good job, man. Nice one. Very, very good one, Let's Play. That's an awesome job, man. If you haven't already followed me, click the little heart icon below the channel stream here, and you'll be notified when I go online. I don't play a ton of HoldEm here, obviously, on anything but HoldEm, but I play pretty much every other kind of game at one time or another. This is the first time I played triple stud, but I've played all the other stud variants at various times and all the other. No problem. Glad we could help you with that. Always glad to help. That's part of the reason that the stream is here, is to help people learn what to do in new and unfamiliar games. That's part of why we're here. Pair of 3s isn't terrible, obviously. And I think with raise call, I'm going to come through as well, just because of odds. Because odds, you know. It's always a valid answer in poker, or a lot of times because odds. I think I have got to plug my headset in. My headset is wireless, but it is also rechargeable, and it's beeping at me. So one moment, please, while I do that. I'm going to fold out here. Alrighty, we are now no longer wireless, but we do have power. And a wireless headset with no power is of no use to anyone whatsoever. It is not even a good-looking fashion accessory. So, you see my dilemma. It is now a wired headset, but it has power. Pair of nines with a 10. Obviously, the nines are relatively strong. A high hand, three-handed. Without a low, I normally wouldn't be thrilled about um, I normally wouldn't be thrilled about playing this hand without a low, but in this context, three-handed, I don't necessarily think the guns is playing a hugely strong low hand either, and he might well be gone to a raise at this point. So, I mean, the chances of my nines being good for high right now, I think, are very good. Um, the question is more whether he sucks out for low or not. I'm still very comfortable with my tens and nines being the best hand at this point. Um, he might have a low now, so we might be splitting this pot, but I also think that there's reasonable chances that I scoop it with no low um, being possible. Um, I think I'm playing the best high, so I'm happy to go all in and split this pot. Yeah, we've had a couple of Omaha high-low streams. If you go back through the highlights or go over to click the YouTube icon on my profile, and you can go over to my YouTube channel and see there's at least 2 or 3 Omaha high-low sessions that we played. Obviously, in a Raz or a high-low context, I'm a lot more interested in the Ace 3-4 than I am right now. So I'm just gonna bail. And here, I think. I think I'm going to raise my pair of threes here, frankly. Not averse to taking pots like that down pre. Again, this is obviously stronger in a high-low context or a rouse context. But I like suited ace, and I'm going to see if I develop any diamonds or or pair my ace at any point. Doesn't look like that's likely to happen here. So I think I can go into this on fourth now. I don't think I need to get involved here. The flush cards are significantly less strong when it's not an ace that you're playing it with. So that's something that you've got to bear in mind. So this is an interesting. This looks more like a Raz hand developing over here than a stud hand. Kind of not surprising that there's not a ton of action going on here, actually. That was unfortunate for us. It would have been nice to have seen your chance decimated again. That's funny. He says, "Let's gamble," and then folds. seems seems a bit contradictory there, buddy. But I think I'm gonna get rid of that in Raz. Don't need to gamble with that, frankly. We are in the money now. Final 3 spots pay, so we are guaranteed a min cash of $20 on our $5.50 entry. Obviously, it'd be nicer to be second or first. First pays out $50, second pays out $30. I think we're definitely. I mean, obviously, we don't have to be better than him, and we may not be better than him at this stage. I think we can find a better spot. Actually, I was gonna shove. I was gonna go all in there, but I think I could find a better spot. Now this is the sort of rouse hand that I'm kind of glad I folded that last one because this is one I'm gonna go extra special crazy on. There is only one button on my client in this hand now. It is the raise any button. Don't get a chance to use it, but that would have been the only button in my client at that point. I had predicted before the break that was an hour and a half ago, I had predicted that the tournament would be done and dusted by the break that we passed half an hour ago. We were barely in the money by that break, and we are now still three-handed at the final table. However, may very well be the case that the final table is about to be two-handed, because this is a case where I think the raise any button is the only one on my client, and I am going to town with my 7-5 deuce. I'm still going to town with my 7-5 deuce, even though I was paired, because he doesn't know I was paired. We are going to town with our 3-4-5 as well. Interesting call by Guns with the jack. Must be fairly low behind, I'm guessing. We've drawn out nicely, and he's folding with his ace. That's an interesting fold. It's moved me back into second place, which is nice. We switched into stud high low. 5-5-6, a very nice stud high low kind of hand. You've got a few possibilities and a few ways for it to go well. I don't think I'm going to raise. I've been raising a lot the past couple of hands, so I think I'm going to just call behind this time and see how things develop as the streets go. Seeing the heart is nice. We're going to see what he says to a raise here. This hand might have just gone south as he's paired his sevens. However, we have backed into our flush draw on 6th Street, so I don't think we can go anywhere at this point. And I think that really the thing to do is to make sure that we're... I'll take the 3 of a kind 5s. So we are heads up, with second place getting $30 and first place getting $50. Limit stud high low. Not thrilled with the ace king queen, but I'll play it for now. I'm looking to sort of check call and see a 5th Street here. I'm still playing low. He is not. I'm going to check a call and probably see a 6th Street as well to see if my low continues to develop. It does not. It gives me a Broadway draw to the 10, though. So given that I'm in this deep, I'm probably in a little bit deeper. Just to see what happens on 7th Street. 7th Street bricks out, so we're going to check fold, which is probably a bad... Pretty happy with our high here. We don't know what's... we think he's probably obviously got us beat out on low. Oh, well, we're pretty certain that we've got the best high now. So I think we're going to put more chips in the pot. I'm going to play through on this. The 7-4 actually plays for low, so we do have low card possibilities in this hand. Heads up, you got to start getting really loose. I shouldn't say you got to start getting really loose, but you got to start being willing to play a much wider range of hands and be willing to not necessarily have a low all the time and all those sorts of things. He doesn't seem to be liking his hand much. We've backed into a gut shot, and I think that we're going to get a bet out of it because of the way that it came up on the board. We're going to get a fold out of there a lot, even though we didn't. Yep, there was a binkage. There was binkage. We are now playing heads up with guns. I think I predicted somewhere way back in this final table that it might very well be guns and myself heads up at the end of all this. So, gosh, look at that. It's guns and I heads up at the end of all this. Shocking, that. I'm not sure it was such a stretch to be predicting that guns would be heads up at that stage, but I'm pretty sure at that stage it was kind of a stretch to be predicting that I would be the one that would be heads up against him at that stage, I think. But it's cool. It's nice to be here. We will see what we can do. Being heads up is not good enough in my books. I want to be the guy with all the chips at the end. I don't believe that you have two kings back there. Well, maybe I'm starting to believe that you have two kings back there, but let me see what I get on 6th Street because I'm developing some other nice draws myself. I guess you really do have two kings back there. Or you binked into your hearts. Either way, I don't really have a hand I can call you with, so. Yes, now it would be a nice time to take the lead, but it does not seem to be in the cards at the moment. Chip in a chair, though, that's all we're really needing, so we're still in this. And hey, no matter what happens, we're walking away from the table with $30, so, you know, not a terrible day in my mind. The fact that we keep getting these bring-ins is just a little bit gross, but it's the deuce 10 of clubs, enough value along with the 8-10 for straights to, I don't think so, to continue there. Might be, but probably is heads up maybe now that I'm thinking about it. That's obviously one that we're playing and going. Hopefully he thinks that we're not as strong as I like to see the insta raise. Bit of Hollywood here for me. I'm raising this all the time, but I just kind of wanted to make it look like I had a tougher decision than I did. And I'm pretty happy to be. Oh wow. Oh wow, and I banked it. Bankage. That's some serious bankage. Um, that one there, I seriously banked that one out at the end. And with the bring in again, man, I tell you, I think I brought in every freaking hand in this stud session. And bring in again. We're obviously going to the mat with a 4-deuce ace. I think we're still going to go to the mat with this at this point, especially now that he's paired his king. We're absolutely here for everything. Binkage puts us in first place. We just banked the lead out of the deal. So we're up top for 50 bucks. 30 bucks in second. Slightly better than a 10, and I might actually call with that given his 10 up there, but I've got to really get rid of that. Man, it's just killing me with I'm bringing in like literally every single freaking hand. It feels like certainly a huge percentage, much bigger percentage than one would expect from statistics to dictate. I think we obviously now need to play this one hard and keep playing it hard. I mean, the 96 isn't necessarily a winner here. In fact, it's probably not a winner here an awful lot. It's probably worth just checking behind, I think, at this spot. Um, Anything that's not a winner against isn't going to fold, I don't think, in that spot. And if it is a winner, why am I bothering to bet? Because he's not going to call if it's not beating. So the 3-4 back, we're definitely coming through on that. Obviously, we don't like the pair of kings, but we're going to see one more street. The ace is a street that we like to see, so we're going to do one more as well, even though we're into the big bet stage here. We should think about this a bit more. Well, I guess we really have to, because there wasn't a better draw for us than the ace coming out. So if we were there on 5th or on 4th, we needed to be there on 5th when we drew the ace. So now that we're on a 9-4, and the best that we're drawing is a 9, I think we can get out here, frankly. Got about 10 minutes to go until the next break, 11 minutes. So I mean, there's certainly a chance this could be over by the time the break comes. There's a chance we could go for another half an hour after the break too, I think, given where we're at. I'm not sure who the captain is at this point, to be honest. I think we're going to play our six deuce low and see what we draw out into. Pair of lows, or pair of lows, pair of deuces could actually be good for high at this point in time. We're still drawing to our low, so I think we're pretty happy to be in here. And in fact, I think we want to raise at this point. Just see how comfortable he is with his hand. We're more comfortable with our high now that we've hit sixes and deuces. We're obviously not going to get a low, but he doesn't actually know that, and we look pretty good for low at the moment. But I'm pretty comfortable with our high anyways, and if he's bricked for low, we could easily scoop this pot. Binkage! We're definitely playing this in a high-low context, frankly, and I think we're continuing with it in a high-low context, even with his 7-4, our 8-5. I mean, we're still pretty happy with that, given that we know that that's strong. We don't know what he had back. He obviously wasn't playing very good low cards back, or he would have continued there. I think I need to largely keep pressure on him at this stage. Using my stack as much as I can to my advantage, forcing him to play for his life because there's really no other alternative in my case. The fact that he went that far and folded at the end is astonishing to me, frankly. He obviously bricked whatever he was doing, but the fact that he got there and folded is astonishing to me. We're obviously all in a high-low context here. Well, he's actually in really good shape as well. We're going to lose this pot, I think. Oh no, oh wow, we just to a certain extent sucked out on seventh, but there was no reason why both of us wouldn't be in there. So bankage, we just banked a $50, $5.50 high-low or triple stud tournament. So I'm pretty glad that I decided to jump on this for stream today because it was like a $44.50 profit, which is not a bad afternoon's work. At the end of the day, it was let me have a quick look here. It was a 5-hour and 20-minute tournament. So the truth is, it was under $10 an hour. That was my hourly rate this afternoon and my $5.50 triple stud. But nonetheless, it was a lot of fun. And we had fun. We made some money. We made some friends. We had some chat. We had a good time. So thank you for joining me. It was a pretty long afternoon. We've been here for over 5 hours, I think now by the look of things, and it's been a long afternoon. My voice is a bit ratchety. I am going to cut the stream off. I thank you for joining me. I thank you for hanging around and railing me as I took down the top prize of $50 ahead of Guns and Fight from Greece, who took $30 for second, and Your Chance from Russia, who took $20 for third. And it was a good time. So thanks a lot for hanging out with us, and we will chat with you later.